Welcome live from Orlando Kart Center. It is time to qualify here for the United States Pro Kart Series opening weekend. My name's Xander Clements, bringing you all the action here live on Kart Chaser alongside me, Julian Mateo. It's been hot here in sunny Orlando, Florida, but there are a lot of drivers here this weekend, over 300 total, entering the entry count around 320. Have KA100 Junior on the racetrack. We're going to have 4 hours just to qualify everybody.
Yeah, and throughout the day, the racetrack is going to get more slick, so the drivers are going to be having a lot of trouble holding their grip and trying to find a good qualifying time. Now, they're only going to have 3 laps today to qualify, so they're going to have to make it happen. They're going to have to make it happen quick, get their tires warmed up quick, and get some good lap times going in.
Yeah, as we watch right now here, the first of 4 total groups for KA100 Junior currently on the racetrack, all about 11 to 12 drivers apiece. Austin Roy is your quickest driver here initially, setting the benchmark at 58.848. They're all on their final lap right now. On your screen, that's the 820, one of the new Lando Norris karts under the Mike Doty Racing banner, and that is going to be Micaiah Winfrey. Currently sits 11th out of the first group. Again, we have 4 total groups lined up for KA100 Junior, all with 3 laps apiece, as Mateo said, so they need to make sure they're positioned in a smart place on the racetrack. They end up getting past or having to make a pass on that 3rd lap. It could be detrimental to just making it through to the main event on Saturday or Sunday. Now, what you're seeing initially on our timetable showed that we were going to be having this qualifying session count for Saturday, but it's actually Sunday that we're going to qualify for first and Saturday second. The reason for that, all classes have to go to new tires, at least in the full-size divisions they do, for the each day. So at least then they can dismount these Sunday tires, put on their new set for Saturday, and leave the Saturday tires ready to go for tomorrow morning. So that is at least a good part of the way that the U.S. Pro Kart Series has put together this kind of makeshift, a little bit of a change to the format, of course. It was definitely awkward to see qualifying happening for 2 different days on a Friday only, but you know what, right now, we got it. We're rolling with it. Everyone seems to be kind of minding their business, doing the things that they need to do, and we're 1 group in already.
And the KA100 Junior class is complete. Number 883 of Austin Roy on pole position with this group with a 58.462, 3/10 ahead of Ryan Miller. Pretty dominating performance there. Got a really good lap in. But the field looks really, really close. Less than half 100th of a second between 2nd and 4th. That is insanely close to start out the day here in qualifying.
Right, and again, that is 1 of 4 total groups for KA Junior. So Austin Roy, provisional pole. He's going to have to sit and watch 3 more groups of about 11 to 12 drivers apiece to see who wins the overall pole for KA100 Junior, presented by Timmy Tech. Now, once they set the qualifying order, the 1st and 2nd place, the top 2 qualifiers, will not actually be going head-to-head against each other on the racetrack until the main event, hopefully later that day. The odd-numbered qualifiers, that means you qualify 1st, 3rd, 5th, 7th, 9th, etc. on down, will start 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th in pre-final A. The even-numbered qualifiers, qualifying 2nd, 4th, 6th, 8th, and 10th, they will make up pre-final B. That'll be the inside and the outside lane. The top 18 from each of the 2 pre-finals will then make up the first 36 starters in the main event. And then we'll have 4 more to complete a 40-kart grid that will come out of the last chance qualifiers. So that's only group 1 of 4. I guarantee we'll be down to probably less than half a tenth for the pole here in such a tightly packed class, especially the lower horsepower classes. And one thing we know, Mateo, is the faster you go, the more the times do spread out a little bit. So we're starting here with the 100cc, 22 more or less horsepower restricted junior class. It ends up being very draft dependent on some of these big racetracks we go to that we open up for the X30s and shifter type karts. And it also, again, is easier to get to the limit. So you'll see a lot of guys right on the edge of pole position, maybe 1 or 2 with a good toe, as we see Cameron Reed popping the curbing heading into the infield chicane. So Group 2 on the racetrack. Again, these were the drivers that were roughly between 25th to about 35th in final practice on the overall merge. So we'll work our way faster and faster as the times go. 1 lap in, Henry Wheeler from this group will already nip a couple drivers' 3rd laps from group number 1, and we'll watch the rest of the merge continue to come on through. 3 laps complete for group 1, 1 lap complete for the second group of 4 in KA100 Junior qualifying.
And as we're continuing to see, these times are insanely close all the way through the top 20 here. So any way you can approach these curbs, in the most optimal way is going to give you the best opportunity to avoid having to race in that LCQ.
Yeah, I mean, that's a big part of this racetrack here is there's multiple corners where you end up having to put the kart up in the air. One that we're about to see on your screen right now as we watch Cameron Reed trailing one driver headed into the infield chicane. This is turns 11, 12, 13, and 14. And you see both a left and a right-hand curb. They're going to have to jump over to kind of center the kart up. I was talking with a few drivers earlier on. I was like, man, I'm surprised how much airtime we're getting here this weekend. Those curves have been refined and refined year after year with updates to Orlando Kart Center. And now it still seems to be really quick to find yourself not with all four tires on the ground.
White flag is out. Number 826 is Ava Hansen just put in a fast lap of a 58.363, only 25 one-thousandths of a second off of Cameron Reed. This is literally coming down to the most intricate marks.
Again, we were watching Reed on our screen, so we're seeing the quick line coming through the final corner. We've got a few more drivers just popping through your screen in this full throttle S-turn, this long, slightly increasing radius sweeper that makes up one of the middle sectors of the racetrack here. 14 turns at Orlando Kart Center. Group number 2 working the final lap. Again, we know that lap number 3 is going to be the money lap for everybody. Checkered flag coming out here as you can see them coming across the start-finish line with the Miami banners in tow. Shea Aldrich goes up. Quentin MacPherson, Reed backs it up, and Hansen this time betters Reed by a 1/10 and a quarter.
Hansen came in on that last lap and set a perfect lap, and to put her on provisional pole position. What a fantastic lap from Ava Hansen. 58 flat, almost into the 57s, and for a 22 horsepower engine, that is very impressive.
Yeah, it's going to be tight here. Late lap in by Joey Friend to jump here on lap number 3. He moves up into second. Victor De Alencar jumps to third. Then it'll be Cameron Reed, then Henry Wheeler, Quentin MacPherson, Shea Aldrich, Santiago Duran, Austin Roy. Again, our quickest driver from group number 1. He sits down in 9th, so held that time over about 3 or 4 of the drivers from the next group, but that's to be expected. Just again, these groups were re-racked not by randomness, but by the order of practice, and the fastest drivers will be going last, so we'll continue to see that provisional pole be challenged. I will be surprised and impressed if Ava Hansen's time is able to hold up. She's got 20 more very talented drivers coming her way here with group number 3 on deck.
For sure, and as we've been talking about the tow with these slower classes, it is much more viable to actually use the tow to get lap time. And as you said before, you really do not want to run into traffic in the middle of your lap because then your lap is pretty much over with. But we're seeing it's insanely close in the top 10 here, so as we move through these classes, I'm sure they're going to start nicking the provisional pole.
Yeah, we'll see here. Again, 2 more groups to come for our first of 7 divisions. KA100 Junior. Again, for those of you tuning in, we are live from Orlando Kart Center for the opening round of the U.S. Pro Kart Series Championship presented by Miami USA East and, of course, MG Tires. And it is a beautiful sunny day, a bit of a scorcher here in Orlando, Florida, but it's one of those classic Florida days, Mateo, where you get into the shade, it drops about 10-15 degrees.
Oh, for sure. We are cool in here, but on the racetrack, them drivers are hot. And some of these drivers that were racing in St. Petersburg last week, their ribs were being tested. So this track is definitely much more smooth, but out on the racetrack, they are definitely heating up throughout their laps. 3 laps is really quick, but as they get into the races tomorrow, it's going to be important to have endurance and consistency throughout the entire race to make sure they finish where they need to.
And what you're seeing right now here is the drivers push their way through the scales. Every 2 groups, more or less, you'll see a short break in the on-track action while they pick up any broken down carts and also allow the scale line to move on through, which right now there's no backup on the scales, and it looks like we have just fired engines down on the grid for group number 3. A cool view we had a little bit earlier as well as the scoreboard here at Orlando Kart Center. That's one of the cool features that Andre Martins and the entire team have is they've got a live leaderboard of the entire top 10. So again, you can see the 826 Ava Hansen currently on top over Joey Friend, Victor De Alencar, Cameron Reed, Henry Wheeler. Now the engines will come to life in the grid and over through the turn 9 and 10 section. They will be released onto the racetrack as you see more and more friends, family, mechanics, and spectators making their way up and around one of the best tracks to watch races from in the country. You've got viewing on about 50% of the circuit as the leaders in group number 3 will make their way on the outlap. Let's go over who we've got and who we should expect here into this one, because they're still going to shuffle a little bit. Again, we haven't even gotten all the way to the heavy hitters out of the 47 driver class, because this is still group 3 of 4. Leading the way here, one of the top X30 Junior pilots, MPG Motorsports, Max Garcia. So he's the first driver out, which means he was the fastest out of the group 3 cut. Just barely missed the cut to get into group number 4. So he's probably around a 12th or 13th place practice result. Let's put him down in this qualifying group. Behind him, a couple of the drivers will recognize working their way through, and we'll give you more updates as they come on by. But again, Garcia will be working lap number 1, headed back to the back hairpin, turn number 10.
And one thing that is insanely important, coming through turns number 7, 8, and 9, you are coming very quickly around that turn, and you have to time that braking zone perfectly before you head on to the back straightaway, as it is a pretty unconventional group of turns there, and it's very, very awkward to kind of break into that corner, but you still can kind of really send it and have tons and tons of momentum going onto the back straightaway.
Yeah, it's one of those sections of the racetrack that you'll see a lot of drivers take a few different lines, and that line will probably change also class to class here, from the KA100 Juniors down to the Micro Swifts and then up to the X30 Pros. That'll vary. What we're talking about is this section right here. Turn 7, you'll see Garcia, he's clipping the right-hand curb. Now, if we stay here, we may see a few drivers clip the curb on the left. Right there, one of them just did it at the bottom of your screen. So as we pick Garcia back up over to turn number 10, that section, again, seeing some varying lines, which is rare to see in general in road course and sprint karting, as there's typically one way around the racetrack over there, and especially here through the infield chicane, there seems to be a couple of ways you can skin this cat. And we're going to watch how they do here with group number 3. A few drivers already up. Oliver Piatek right now is the quickest in the group. That'll change on lap 2 as Garcia goes to the top of the boards by 2/10. Adam Brickley will knock him off in the Trinity Karting Group Kart Republic. Then Landon Skinner moves up into the order. Piatek back on top here provisionally in the 805 Tony Kart.
Now, it is unbelievable how quickly you really have to be ready for your final lap. Your first 2 laps, your tires do get up to temperature really quickly, but what we've been seeing, lap 3 is the money lap. So it is so important to position yourself, and it wouldn't even hurt to even give yourself a little bit of a setup. And as the checkered flag is ready to come out here, Oliver Piatek still at the top. The first drivers to get into the 57s in this group here. Max Garcia, Adam Brickley, and Oliver Piatek all doing great. Max Garcia knocks the top time off. He is now on provisional pole with a 57.308, 2/10 over Oliver Piatek. Very impressive lap there.
And we were watching Piatek come to the final turner. He was behind it's here. Tony Kart driver Oliver Piatek. Trinity Karting Group's Adam Brickley again moves into 3rd. Diego Guillo kind of quiet in that session, slid his way to 4th. Mateo Naranjo on the final lap puts it 2 TKG KRs inside the top 5. 10 to 12 more drivers to go. Let's see exactly what that number will be. We've got, it looks to be 11 drivers in the final group. Luke Welcome, Oscar Iliff, Max Taylor, Emma Kate Scarborough, Lucas Zabo, Parker DeLong, Ivana Richards, Stephen Miller, Cooper Shipman, Graham Tremmel, Caleb Gaffera, and Elio Meza. Still to come in the 47 driver division here. So for KA100 Junior presented by Timmy Tech, you can see the leaderboard right there. That is your top 10 with 11 of the fastest drivers from final practice still to come.
And in this event this weekend, this is one of the largest United States pro karting events we have seen, and there are drivers all over the country. And me personally, I come from the Northeast, and seeing some of these Northeast drivers really perform well is awesome to see. And a few of them are in this final group, and we'll see what they can do, as we should be seeing some heavy hitters, and more than likely or not, one of these drivers can take provisional pole.
So you can see there on the screen one driver with a one disabled go-kart there to the inside of the hairpin, and that goes back like what we were talking about prior to this, that they will be removing the go-karts in between every 2 groups. So every 2 sessions, those karts will be removed from the racetrack. That is one of the race factory entries here, and I'll try and identify who we've got that did not make all the laps in their session, but at least got a couple in. It looks like it might be John Antonino in the 893. He's got 2 laps out of his 3, so I'm going to guess that. I know Antonino, of course, on the Race Factory livery and the Race Factory program, and he sits 9th right now off his 2nd lap, trying to hope that it'll hold here, but he's, again, 11 very talented drivers coming to complete their first lap. Elio Meza will take them on through. You see Graham Tremmel there on your screen, Cooper Shipman behind him, and they'll come into the infield chicane. And again, popping both of the curbs and maybe not so out of control as some of the drivers we've seen earlier. Where will they jump up? Will lap number 1 put any of the drivers here in this group? Looks like the highest they will get on the first lap, maybe just outside the top 10. Shipman in 21st. And I think that's as high as they are at the moment. There's Parker DeLong. He goes to 13th on his first lap. There is Elio Meza, or no, Cooper Shipman in the 814, mixing up the Iron Rock teammates. And there was Parker DeLong coming behind him there in frame in the 899. So DeLong going to pass on lap 2. That's what we talked about, Mateo. Finding track position. That's going to burn his 2nd lap. The good news is he's now should have some clean racetrack for lap number 3 as we pick up DeLong there heading into turn 8, 9, and he'll run the backstretch towards turn number 10. DeLong with a little help from behind maybe to start the lap. If he pulls away and they don't pass, he could have at least clear racetrack to run a good pole position contending lap here. White flag coming this time for group number 4.
And he definitely looks a little bit faster there and definitely attacking the curbs very hard there as they come to the line, and we'll see where this puts them.
Again, this will be the burner lap. It's this next lap that will be the important one. He passed on this lap. Typically, a pass will lose you about 0.3 of a second more or less. So that's not going to be a great lap for DeLong. In fact, it did not even beat his previous lap, I don't believe. He's going to drop down the order, but that'll come back up here, sitting 22nd. Meza's 2nd lap moved him up to P2. Garcia still holding, but he's got one more lap to try and pucker. The 8:59, the 8:27, then Piatek. Gaffera's 2nd lap has him 4th. Miller's 2nd lap has him 5th. Where will the final group, where will the pole sitter come from? We're going to watch the final sector as the field comes on through here as they work their way out of turn number 10.
36 1/1000ths of a second separating the top 4. And Caleb Gaffrar goes to the top of the field with a 56.993. What a blistering lap.
Yeah, he'll jump up 11 thousandths clear on Elio Meza. DeLong will not go quicker on the final lap. He gets no better than 8th. Ivana Richards to 7th. Garcia's time looking good. He is 4th. Stephen Miller nipped him on the final lap along with Meza. You mentioned very tight between the top 2, Elio Meza and Caleb Gaffera. Incoming to the pit lane here on your screen, that is Graham Tremmel and Cooper Shipman. The rest of the field will come through, but Caleb Gaffera, who has been on a hot streak here to start 2022 in a sophomore junior season, Caleb Gaffera, your pole award winner in Timmy Tech KA Junior.
That was a fantastic session. We definitely saw them drivers attacking the curbs, doing anything we can. And then, as I've said, the tow is a lot more viable in these lower horsepower classes. But as we continue to go on, it's going to be really more about just pure pace. And as the karts get faster, it's going to be much more detrimental to really abuse those curbs. And what do you think the drivers are doing out there and doing with their setups to try to prevent the damage that overdoing these curbs can do?
Well, the biggest thing you'll see this weekend is a lot of drivers running with sprocket carriers. Obviously, you want to get that the rear gear on the go-kart is what typically will be the first thing to go if you hit a curb a little bit too hard. You land, you scrape the ground with the rear sprocket. It'll bend the sprocket. At minimum, it'll knock the chain off if it doesn't bend the sprocket already, and then you'll end up right over there, unfortunately. I'm not sure what the mechanical issue is, but that is what the outcome would be if you ended up knocking the chain off for poor John Antonino having to ride back on the ATV recovery vehicle and head into the pit lane. So you'll see a lot of guys try and find, and come up with different ways to keep the sprocket from hitting the ground. What's been a big trend, especially over the last few years, they've been around for a good amount of time to be fair, are sprocket guards. So you'll have pieces of plastic or rubber on either side of the sprocket that'll kind of put the sprocket on a sandwich, kind of also keeps it from bending side to side a little bit, bit, but more importantly, the sprocket guards will stick out farther than the rear sprocket will. So if they do ground out and bottom out over a curbing or when they land from a jump, what will happen is that sprocket guard will take the brunt of the beating, and that will slowly wear itself out. The sprocket itself will be fine. The kart will keep going again. These curbs, pretty massive, and you can see they're getting a lot of uses. The rubber is all over them here in about 4 or 5 different corners here at Orlando Kart Center. But overall, like you said, a smooth racetrack, so while the drivers are enjoying the smoothness for their ribs, the curb jumping definitely doesn't help one bit. The kart recovery is going to continue. Next up, we will continue to move on through the order with our first class complete. 6 more classes to come here from Orlando for the United States Pro Kart Series. You're watching live on Kart Chaser, and stick with us after the break.
Parallel USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parallel Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParallelinUSA.com.
Right now you won't. Not today. I need to figure out an issue. So welcome back here live from Orlando Kart Center. Micro Swift qualifying currently on the racetrack. This one going to be broken up, I believe, only into maybe 3 groups, but I'll have to check back on the qualifying to see how much they've broken it up, because this class, unlike KA100 Junior, will not have a last chance qualifier. Everybody in the field is going to transfer into the main show on Saturday and Sunday. They capped it. They had multiple drivers on the wait list, and at the end of the day, the class just got big enough too little too late. Because the way that the series has worked here, Mateo, is that the first few classes to get over that 45 driver cap, they would get last chance qualifiers. The cap would get raised to 80. However, for the classes that took too long, and all of a sudden we had 4 classes of 50, 60 drivers, and then this one just got over the hump of 40, they did not get big enough early enough to warrant the last chance qualifier and double pre-final. So everyone makes it, which is the nice part. The downside is there's not room for anyone else to come join the party. 40 drivers, that's it, hard cap for Micro.
And it's going to be super important for this qualifying session for these drivers to get a great start for those heats. It is not easy to come through the field here. There is about 5 passing zones here, but that does not mean that it is easy to make your way to the front. So just like Formula One, just like car racing, starting from the front is very, very crucial. But the thing about karting, there's a lot more opportunity to pass. There's a lot more opportunity to advance yourself. As we see here, Julian Rivera so far at the top of the charts at a 102.904.
The big difference here as well for the Micro drivers compared to the other classes in terms of wanting to get that good lap. Yes, the other classes, the qualifying is important, but when you're making a pass in a pre-final A or pre-final B, you're basically passing one whole row because you're only racing half the field. These guys are racing the entire field. So if you qualify 30th and you pass 10 cars in the pre-final A or pre-final B, or if you qualify or start 30th in a pre-final here for Micro, you're still only going to start 10 spots higher. If you pass 10 drivers in your pre-final in any of the other classes with LCQs, you're going to start 20 positions higher. So you're with less to lose. At the same time, qualifying is going to matter a little bit more for these guys, I feel like, than it will for some of the other divisions, at least in a relative term when it comes to going from 10th to 20th. Because, of course, a bad qualifying in a class with a last chance qualifier, that just spells disaster because you're trying to fight to just make it into the show.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And these kids, they're out in the racetrack. A lot of these kids surprisingly have a lot of experience. As a checkered flag comes out, Declan Dionreen gets the pole position with a 101.7, only 79 one-thousandths of a second ahead of Julian Rivera. And then Travis Pettit, all the way from New Jersey, getting into P3. What a great lap from him.
Maxwell Machas currently sits fourth. Jake Manialo fifth. Jake Manalio fifth. Again, we are halfway through this group, so 17 drivers have put down a lap. Still have roughly 37 to 39 to go, but it's the 22 of Declan Dionreen on top over Julian Rivera. Travis Pettit, late lap there from Aston Wyatt in the 0:21. He'll move up the order into fourth. Macha gets bumped to fifth. Then Manalio, Pasha Ali, Massimo LaRusso, Gavin Decay, and Nicholas LaRusso, the top 10 out of group number 1. Group 2 still to come, and that'll only be 2 groups here of 17 to 18 drivers apiece for the 35, nearly 40 driver field in Team Ferris Racing Micros have coming your way. So checkered flag out, half the field done. Declan Dionreen's lap, a 101.73. We saw, at least in the KA100 Junior session, Max Garcia out of Group 3. If you go by the numbers, he should have qualified 12th. Qualifies 4th because that lap time held. Some guys in the fast group didn't fully beat him. So, again, it's not a death sentence to be put in the slow group. Definitely, though, on average, you are going to be a little bit slower than the drivers in the fast group. And that's a variety of reasons. It obviously helps to have fast drivers to follow. Sometimes you may have no one at a fast pace that you could get a tow off of, where in the fast group everybody's fast. In theory, you could tow off anybody. And the third part is typically the track does get a little bit better after the class before you go. So for these guys, especially on the MG red tire, cleaning the track off with that first group, then the second group comes in and can run some pretty good lap times. We'll see what happens for Micro Group 2 as they get released onto the circuit. The first driver out, your fastest driver in final practice, Benja Fernandez. Then it's going to be one of the Lando Norris karts following him, and we'll keep you updated on all as they work their way through. Great
showing from all the Lando Norris karts this weekend. Lando Norris dropped his kart last year, and it's great to see a big representation of that here in the United States Pro Karting Championship.
Yeah, you're seeing it, and it's on a limited scale here. They want to really keep an exclusive type of feel with the Lando Norris karts. Rob Howden touched on this when we had him on as an announcer back in February. The only 2 teams right now that are licensed as kind of Lando Norris set operations are the Mike Doty Racing Camp out of the Northeast and the JC Karting Group out of Florida. The JC Karting team typically having, of course, Sebastian and Oliver Weldon full-time with them and a handful of drivers to join. Mike Doty Racing, that's a major operation, and that has kind of become the flagship Lando Norris kart team here in the States and on the regional level. So you're seeing a bunch of MDR Lando Norris karts. Like you said, though, I mean, that brand is going to sell like crazy.
Oh, definitely. And as we see, Declan Dionreen is still at the top of the field.
Going to put 1 lap in here, so let's see if that lap holds for Declan Dionreen. Across the line for Benja Fernandez, fastest one again in final practice. He clocks into 13th on his opening lap, so a good start for Benja in the Trinity Karting Group, Kart Republic number 018. Rocco Simone in the 95 for Parolin here coming through turn number 4, just there out of frame. He actually went a little bit quicker. Simone currently 12th.
And this class is definitely a little bit more spread out than the last group. And it's very, very interesting to see that, as it seems like these guys just really, these kids are very just focused on just setting their laps and then just doing their thing. And as I've been saying, lap 3 really should be that money lap. Nobody has knocked the top 3 off just yet.
Well, we're about to see the top 3 in this group. come through the final corner and put 2 laps in. So coming through, here's another one of the TKG entries, then another one of the Team Benex working through. Lap number 2, Benja Fernandez to second, 27 thousandths off Declan D'Honorine. Simone to 5th.
Rocco Simone into the top 5, only 3 1,000ths off of Travis Pettit. And Troy Ferguson goes to the top of the time boards with a 101.697, 35 thousandths clear of Declan.
Yeah, great to see Troy Ferguson back here again looking really good. He had a so-so SCUSA Winter Series, a decent start to the Rock Cup Florida Winter Tour, dominated in Pompano Beach to get crashed out on the opening lap of the main event. Now he's in a great spot as Cameron Marcia, the number 14 Midwestern-based driver, jumps up a 1/4 tenth clear on Troy Ferguson. Declan D'Honorine 3rd, Edward Kennedy 4th, Benja Fernandez 5th, Julian Rivera 6th, Drew Waltz 7th, Luke Giglio 8th, Travis Pettit 9th, and Rocco Simone 10th. Final lap.
It is unbelievable to see only 0.5 of a second separating the top 10, and then Benja Fernandez is very hard. And Rocco Simone only 0.2 behind Benja, but Benja has a very powerful lap now, and I think that will be very hard to beat.
Yeah, heater on the final lap for Benja Fernandez, still 0.2 clear on the field. Ferguson improves, stays 3rd. Marcia waiting to see the 14 come by. Mateus Romalo jumps into the top 5. He'll push D'Honorine down to 6th, which is still very impressive from Declan. And Marcia's final lap will not knock Benja Fernandez off. Drew Waltz gets close, 17 thousandths of a second, just shy of Benja Fernandez. So the 19 of Drew Waltz and the Burrell Art moves up to the front row. Cameron Marcia ends 3rd, Simone 4th, Ferguson rounds the top 5. D'Honorine from the first group is 7th. And take us through the rest here outside your top 5, Mateo.
Mateus Romalo into P6. Declan, who had the provisional pole into this P7. A lot of those drivers, they really knocked down quick in that last lap there. And then P8, William Kim, one of the drivers that actually races up in the series I work with up in the Northeast. And then Ashton Woon in P9, then Edward Kennedy rounding out the top 10. 0.4 of a second rounding out the top 10, and that will complete our Micro Swift qualifying for Sunday.
Yeah, Micro Swift set to go here. So there, 2 groups are done. Now we'll go back up to a class that is one of the biggest entry lists on the weekend. Actually is the biggest by 1. 60 total drivers trying to vie for 40 spots on Saturday and Sunday. KA100 Senior presented by Mike Doty Racing. It's going to have 4 groups of 15 drivers headed onto the racetrack here, and you can see the breeze here in the United States Pro Kart Series and MG Tires flags going on in the wind. I mean, the KA100 Senior class has revolutionized the country over the last 5 to 7 years of how much it's grown, how much grassroots racing it's brought. And again, I love to talk about it. It's a great way for a lot of guys. You see a lot of the X30 pros typically staying out of it. The rookie drivers may run it for a season. You'll see Jeremy Fletcher in the class, some former X30 Pro level drivers. Of course, Brandon Lemke running the division here this weekend, has been running that for the last year as well. But you've got a lot of kids that are younger or maybe got into the sport a little bit later and use that as a great way to get some more seat time. And the pros, the Ryan Norberg-esque guys, your Paulie Massimino level guys, your Oliver Hodgsons, kind of letting the KA100 Seniors go at it and make a name for themselves when that X30 class is available. It's really cool because you get to see different names at the front of the field. Again, looking back from the fastest drivers in final practice, Lemke, Fletcher, Peyton Phillips, a driver who started to really make his name last year, a Texas-based driver. He was 3rd quickest in final practice. Just got an opportunity to switch operations. Now as a supported driver with Supertune USA. Chase Hand, rookie, moving up from 100cc Junior. Ran a good bit in 125 Junior, but not a full season. He's going to start his rookie season in the senior ranks in the 100cc classes in the 927. Jake Walker, again, rookie senior driver, moving up in the 919. He is 5th from final practice. Then Aiden Rudolph. Jake French, of course, helping in to get PSL karting some love in the division. He's alongside Aiden Rudolph. They were 5th and 6th in the final practice. Brooke Nachtman, privateer, P7. Cool run for Brooke as she made her way from North Carolina down, and looks pretty good out of final practice with the way the groups have been broken up. Then it was in the fast group, of course, Nick Terlecki, Aaron Benoit, Connor Ferris, Drew James, Alex Dancho, and John Burke. just barely making it in. So a lot of young guns, a lot of new faces that we get to see in KA100 Senior. Is kind of a lights class, and we're seeing the first group of 4 head onto the racetrack here coming into the chicane.
What a fantastic, diverse field we have here. Of course, a mix of local drivers and drivers from other states in the country. I'm sure the local drivers has much more experience in what they need to do with the setup for this track, but it's very surprising to see drivers such as Jake Walker and others able to really make the most of their practice sessions and get up there. So it is going to be insanely competitive in these qualifying sessions. So they're out there, they're getting their tires all warmed up, and as we've said, the racetrack definitely picks up speed throughout the groups, and even though being in the first group isn't the best, it is still possible to set a flyer.
Yeah, it's still very much possible here. The track not changing too much because the sessions are very short. 3 laps and you're done. You've got to get in, throw down a good time, hope it sticks, and go from there. So we've got a few kind of interesting names here in this back group that we'll keep our eye on as the leaders of the pack will make their way out of turn number 9 and down the back straightaway towards turn number 10. See Gia Cicero just in view. There's Beckett Andrew, Garrett Davis, first few drivers to come across the line. There's Kendall Hedge on your screen, trailing one of the leading edge drivers. I believe that is going to be potential. I'm not sure who we've got right there in that one. That looks to be Riley Pegram, the 970. So Riley Pegram there, and then here's Race Liberante at the end of the group. So Liberante, a late entry into the division. One driver that you'll probably see inside the top 10. We talk about some former pros here getting back behind the wheel. There he goes, half a second clear.
Race Liberante has tons of experiences, even NASCAR Xfinity experience, such as other car racing experience, but he still loves the sport of karting. He really embraces this sport, and he has so much fun with it, and he has so much performance, and it definitely ups the competition no matter where he races.
Well, you talk about, again, a guy, like I said, with the K100 class, you have a mix of some of the up-and-comers in karting, and then you have some of your former pro karters. Race Liberante, long-time top-level karter up until launching his brand. And you talk to him, he's like, man, I'd love to get back out there and go toe-to-toe with the best guys in X30 Pro, but right now, I can't be a full-time race car driver. I've got to be focused on building my brand, building the chassis up. That's what he's got at the moment as his focus, but he's still, again, the natural talent's there, and the K100 class a little bit lighter, a little bit easier to hop right back into in terms of just the competition level, and of course slightly lower speeds, but still a lot of talent and a lot of raw talent in this class that gets developed before we get to see them in the X30 Pro division. 2 laps complete now. Liberante remains about a 4/10 gap back to Gia Cicero. Joey Botting is currently 3rd overall. Kingston Himes 4th. Beckett Andrew is 5th. Garrett Davis 6th. Alex Dalbon 7th. Tanner Bunny, Alexander Dalbon, and Larry Pegram rounding the top 10 over Kendall Hedge, Travis Varney, and Riley Pegram. 13 drivers turning a lap here in the first group. Liberante will be the last across. First across, Cicero. Lap 3. Not better than lap 2, surprisingly. 57.4 for Cicero at the line.
Joseph Botting getting a decent time. 5/10 off Liberante, but sitting in P3 at the current moment. Tanner Bunny improving, but not going to move up there. And Alex Dalbon and Alexander Dalbon in P8 and 9, very close to each other. And that should just about do it for our first group. A few drivers still have to complete it, but that will complete our first group there. Some very impressive times. I'm sure that time set by Race Liberante will stick through a lot of these groups. And as we've seen how big this class is, there's going to be a lot of guys that are going to be going home. So this is really important to make sure that you give yourself a chance to stay away from the back, stay away from that LCQ as early as you can.
Right, and we're talking a whole third of the field is going to get chopped off at the end of the pre-finals and go into the LCQs. Only 18, again, a combined 36 out of 60 will be the first to transfer, and then only 4 make it out of the last chance qualifier. So you've got to get a good run. You've got to hope you at least qualify in the upper half. Liberante's time right now has him ahead of 12. Needs this next group to also fade behind him. So hopefully that will be the case. Liberante, again, the benchmark, a 56.945. Here with the next group headed on to the racetrack, one of them being one of the Ryan Perry Motorsports drivers.
Very aggressively trying to warm up their tires. And they begin their first lap really trying to get those tires warm real quick just so they can get right at it and push the limits to where they need to go to set those purple sectors.
So we'll watch them here. The 923 currently making its way around. That'll be the leader overall as we see Nick DeAndrea there on your screen, and the Leading Edge Motorsports Tony Kart near the end of this one. Again, a great shot here of the drivers popping the curbs in a little bit of a different line depending on who you are and which curb you want to attack. Most of them attacking that curb on the right, and a few attacking both the curb on the right and the left.
And it's really up to you as a driver whether you really want to just send it in there. From where I see, I don't see really everybody hitting the brakes, but it's a very creative part of the racetrack. You can really do a lot of things to find speed, but it also takes a lot of commitment to make sure that you still have the momentum going onto the back straightaway towards turn number 10.
So one lap complete so far here for group number 2 of 4 in KA100 Senior. Liberante's time still holding most of the drivers from the first group, again holding on decently strong. At the moment, the highest running one was Ian Quinn in the 986. He sits 10th with his first lap in the books. They're working laps 2 into 3 right now. You're watching at the exit of turn number 5, a prime passing zone here at Orlando Kart Center. A great opportunity to get down the inside if you can't do it down in turn number 1. Turn 5 is an awesome spot to find a way by another driver. We're seeing
it's very important to be able to get in there before it's too late. As we talked about the new protest rule, they did put that in for the race so that when these things happen, it can be controlled in a well manner, because there's several passing zones, but we got the white flag out now.
Yeah, the protest rule is going to be a little bit different here this weekend, because a big change the U.S. Pro Kart Series did. You basically have a free protest on your bumper penalty. You're allowed to do it one time per weekend. So any of the official sessions, that's beginning with final practice, going through qualifying, your pre-finals, your LCQs, your main events. You can bring your video up. The protest official can take a look at it. If you are wrong and they do believe you deserve the pushback penalty, then you will lose the right to protest again at any time in the weekend. So if you get a bumper penalty here in qualifying, you think you didn't deserve it, you protest it, it comes back and it looks like you did, well, then they're going to have something to say about it, because they are not going to let you protest again. That's a different type of protest than a protest that would typically be a $250 deposit fee to be able to protest a penalty. We're watching Josh Campbell here in the Ryan Perry Motorsport Tony Kart make his way around the final corner. He currently sits 13th across the line. Where does he jump? Goes to 10th. Liberante's lap still holds. Aiden Hatcher in the 911 right now is quickest out of this group with one lap still to be completed. Incoming to the pits there is Ian Quinn. Looking for more. Keegan Bosch jumped up a lap prior at a 57.3 on his second lap. He ends up 4th overall. G.S. Cicero from that first group still 5th. Joey Botting still 6th. So this third group not super strong in terms of the performance, and you can see even there a shaking of the head by the 928 of Josh Campbell. I believe Campbell there, if I'm not mistaken, at least the 926. In any case, they're one of the Ryan Perry Motorsport drivers not happy with his performance. If it was Campbell, he's currently 10th, but that will more than likely change. Half the class still to come here from Orlando as your KA100 Seniors, presented by Mike Doty Racing, roll on. We're going to take another quick commercial break. When we do come back, the final 2 groups for KA100 Senior coming your way here as we work through class number 3 of 7 for Sunday qualifying.
As the Western importer of the Praga and Formula K chassis brands, Leading Edge Motorsports is a high-performance kart shop and race team with a simple mission: teach others the joy of high-performance driving, supply our customers with the highest quality products and services, and most of all, win races. With our remarkable racing inventory, expert services, and top-ranked national-level team to back it up, we'll help to get your new kart racing package up and running fast. From arrive and drive service to kart preparation and driver coaching to the parts you need to get you back on the racetrack, Leading Edge Motorsports is the industry answer. Are you looking to up your web presence and digital footprint? Here at Novice Web, we help businesses elevate their value through custom software development, responsive website design, e-commerce, and AL/ML services. Our customer-focused engineers have over 10 years of experience. Let Novice Web design your first online impression. Overdrive Motorsports is more than just another full-service kart shop. Beyond our excellent service and more than 20 years of experience, we also offer a number of aftermarket parts and upgrades, such as our own proprietary pedal kit and the only aftermarket rock shifter mount in North America. Check us out online at odkarts.com.
So back here at Orlando Kart Center with group number 3 of 4 for your KA100 Seniors. My name's Xander Clemens, bringing you all the action here live on Kart Chaser alongside Mateo Julian, and we've got Josh Holtz on your screen, longtime U.S. Pro Kart Series competitor, Route 66 Sprint Series multi-time champion in the KA100 Senior ranks and multi-time top 5 finisher in the championship. Now he finds himself midway through group number 3. He did not make the cut to go to the fast group, so that puts him, again, roughly outside the top 15 on pace. Another quick driver behind him right there as one of the OTK machines goes through your view in turn number 3, and we'll watch the rest of this pack come on by. There's Will Robusto there in the bright fluorescent yellow Timmy Tech Comp Kart, I'm sorry, headed on through. So 15 drivers again, group 3. We've talked about it all the way through. Again, that third lap looks to be the money lap. Liberante hit his tire pressure. I think he peaked it almost perfectly. Was quicker on lap number 2 versus maybe coming in a little bit too late and missing it on lap 3. Because, again, we talk about tire pressure. You set them. You want them to peak at a certain point. Liberante went high with the pressures, at least for the, high relatively speaking, because his fast lap came on the second one. We know it wasn't traffic because he ran alone that whole session. So, in his case, pretty good, but a guy hits the best lap on lap 3, you hope that's where they peak. You might have missed it a little bit, and they would have peaked at lap 6, and you end up leaving some time on the table.
And with these hotter temperatures, it's very, very important to understand what tire pressures you need for the weather. I believe that this weekend it is going to get insanely hot towards the afternoon, so as we move into our races throughout the weekend, it's going to be important to have the optimal tire pressure, and sometimes putting it higher gives you that fast lap on lap number 2, but when it comes to the race, it's going to be about having that consistent pace throughout the entirety of the laps. So very, very smart of Race Liberante to kind of run a more qualifying trim tire pressure. And so far, nobody has challenged his provisional pole just yet. Colin Lloyd currently 2/10 off of Race Liberante. And it looks like the checkered flag is out as drivers trying to put their heads down, trying to get that last little bit of air reduction.
Good lap from Aiden Levy. He jumps to second, quickest in the group right now. Lloyd third. Liberante's time will hold through 3, it looks like. Holtz not going to be able to do much better. He is down the order, actually. Josh Holtz right now with not an ideal qualifying. Currently sits 25th, and it may fall further. as we see Ian Quinn, again, his lap holding in 5th. Hatcher's lap from earlier 4th. Keegan Bosch, his lap in Group 2, currently got him 6th. Gia Cicero also from the opening group is 7th. So Liberante, 56.945. Aiden Levy is 2nd. We've got 15 of the heaviest hitters in KA100 Senior to go, but right now, Race Liberante, for a guy who, had to, was a late entry, was light on practice, wasn't sure where his motor program was going to be, and hops in and goes, all right, you know what, I'm just hoping I go top half. Well, he's for sure top half now. At worst, he drops down to 16th or 17th. I have a feeling that lap will probably hold near the top 10.
Oh, definitely for sure. Aiden and Colin did get rather close towards the end of that session. But like you said, that tire pressure move that Race made is very, very, very smart. And that's where experience comes into karting so much. Being able to understand those moves you can make for these quick qualifying sessions are so crucial. But we still see the top 10 very, very close here. Rocco Pasquarello able to just sneak into the top 10 there. We'll see if they can hold on. Everybody in the top 10 should be in a pretty solid spot, but we still got another group to go.
And here, again, 15 of the fastest drivers in group number 1. Brandon Lemke leads them here on your screen. He'll take them through into turn number 4 in the bright gray, green, and a little bit of yellow on there, Merlin. Then we have Jeremy Fletcher there, second in line. There's the Tony Kart of Peyton Phillips, the Supertune USA newly signed driver. Again, he is 3rd overall from final practice, so he goes out 3rd. And a big gap for all the top 3. They've been gapping them off the grid, and the policy is they're going to build you a gap. You can build your own gap on the racetrack if you want. Most of these drivers know it's a bit more risky that they may run into traffic. They'd rather sacrifice the potential for a 2/10 or 1/10 advantage of a really good tow off the risk of losing half a second in making a pass or working their way through some traffic. So your entire top 5, first 5 going all the way back here to this guy, Chase Hand, senior rookie, all alone. So it'll be pure single car ability. 1 lap started now as Fletcher and the rest of the group. Lemke will see where they are going to line up. Again, right now, first few laps coming in. Aiden Rudolph goes 38th. Jake French goes 40th. Where do some of the quicker drivers go off the bat? Jeremy Fletcher to 15th. So a good opening lap for Fletcher. I think he's the highest right now here in Group 4. 1 lap in, 2 to go.
2 to go, and Race Liberante only has this one group to hold on to the pole, and there are some very, very quick drivers from practice in this group, so we'll see if on the final few laps here they can nick something and make it work.
Yeah, we'll see here. Final lap coming this time by. Jeremy Fletcher was 15th on his opening lap. Where is he going to drop on lap number 2 as he comes to the white flag? Brandon Lemke, the same. They're making their way through the final corner. Fletcher and Lemke will both go to the top. They'll bump Liberante back to 3rd. Levy to 4th. He'll be bumped to 5th as Chase Hand, the rookie, moves up into P4. Aiden Rudolph, senior rookie, goes to 3rd. 1 lap to go. Final lap. Here is the driver on top, Jeremy Fletcher, hunting down Brandon Lemke. Has a good rabbit to chase as they work their way through the sweeper. Half a lap to go in qualifying. And a duel of 2 of the top drivers as Alex Stanfield will split them up. And a late run from the team felon Tony Kart, the 906. Moves into 2nd, Lemke 3rd, John Burke to 4th.
Wow, they really were able to knock down Race Liberante all the way down to P number 7, and Jeremy Fletcher with a 56.594. That is an absolute blistering lap.
And they're coming this time by. Here they come across the line. Final time. Lemke, does he go quicker? Where does he jump up to? Final lap across. Lemke, 56.546. Fletcher cannot beat it, but we still got plenty more to come across the line. Jake French working his way across the line now. Just off screen as Lemke holds the pole for the moment. Rudolph does not improve. French goes to 5th. Phillips cannot beat him. Alex Stanfield cannot be better. Terlecki and the entire top 10 will close out. Aaron Benoit 7th. Brandon Lemke, final lap hero, 56.546 for the Franklin Motorsports Merlin. And that'll be 400ths up on Jeremy Fletcher, Alex Stanfield, Peyton Phillips, Jake French, the top 5 Chase Hand, Aaron Benoit, John Burke, Aiden Rudolph, Nick Terlecki, and Liberante's time from the first group of 4 holds on to 11th, Mateo.
Brandon Lemke absolutely stole that on that final lap. What a impressive lap. And I'll tell you, qualifying is a very, very pressure-esque situation. Your heart is pumping. You know this is your one chance. You have to hit every corner perfectly. You have to hit your marks completely perfectly. And Brandon Lemke for sure did that, beating Jeremy Fletcher by 41 1/1000ths of a second, only 1/10 of a second separating the top 5. We had an unbelievably close field in this KA100 Senior. And we still have Saturday qualifying for them later on in the day. But as I said, as we go into tomorrow with the heats and the LCQ, some of the drivers down in the more dangerous positions are going to have to really make something happen in those heats. And as we said, we're doing the odds and evens. So Brandon Lemke, Alex Stanfield, Jake French, Aaron Benoit, and Aiden Rudolph and Race Liberante will be in one race. And then Jeremy Fletcher, Peyton Phillips, Chase Hand, John Burke, Nicholas Terlecki, and Connor Ferris are all going to be in another race. It's going to be so crucial to get away cleanly tomorrow and also have a fantastic race. There are so many opportunities to pass, so if you didn't have the best qualifying session, there is plenty of opportunity to move up on through the field.
Yeah, and again, a good mention here, Sunday qualifying. So we are setting the grids and the lineups for the pre-finals for Sunday morning. Saturday qualifying will happen later. We touched on this one time earlier. Part of the reason for that, to try and minimize the number of tire changes that the mechanics will have to make overnight. When they put the next set of tires on that they do for Saturday qualifying, they can leave those tires mounted on wheels. If they want to use an old set of tires for warm-up, most will. But that set of tires can stay mounted from Saturday qualifying, skip one morning warm-up session, and go straight to your pre-finals. Makes things a little more convenient, a little bit awkward to view here from a viewer, knowing this first qualifying session is actually for Sunday, the second one actually for Saturday, but a lot more convenient on the racer side, and a good bit of foresight put in by the U.S. Pro Kart Series team when thinking out this timeline and trying to find a balance that works.
And I'm sure that we'll see the benefit the racing on the racetrack. When you have tires that are not working right, you can definitely see more problems than not. So United States Pro Karting being very creative in trying to provide the most fair, competitive racing on the racetrack.
Well, that's the big thing, and a little bit unrelated, but on the same notion you're going on there, is the fact that they changed this year. The KA100 classes will now be moving to 2 sets for the weekend versus 1. Last year, we go back to Newcastle Motorsports Park. Arias Duke-Medjen, who was starting on the front row, I believe, if not the pole, for the Saturday main event, had his steering column come unbolted on the grid, missed out, didn't get to run the full 20-lap feature. Well, he's got 20-lap fresher tires, went out on Sunday, smoked the field, 8-second-plus margin of victory. And while he was by far one of the fastest drivers there, probably would have smoked him anyway, that obviously was like, hey, man, not only was that guy fast, that guy had 20 laps less, 1 heat cycle less on his tires than ours. It was an unfair day all day Sunday. So the series is like, all right, if you guys want to level that playing field, we're going to run 2 main events of racing. You're going to get 2 sets of tires, even if the tires, like the MG Reds, could last for 2 days, and they have been proven to be able to last. The fall-off is no different than any tire. You're going to have some fall-off the more you run. So they're like, you know what, we'll level the playing field. So again, every class, it looks like, at least all the full-size classes, full set of tires for Saturday, full new set of tires for Sunday. And again, that's why from a logistical standpoint, not really so much from a racing standpoint, from a logistical standpoint, they're having them qualify Sunday first, so that way they can keep the Saturday tires, roll them right in overnight, and run them on Saturday. The Sunday tires, they'll get run today, they'll sit aside, get dismounted, and be waiting to run Sunday morning.
So from the viewer's standpoint, the Saturday qualifying later will decipher the heat races. And that is going to be very, very crucial.
Yeah, the heat races for both. They'll run the exact same format for both days. You'll run pre-final A, pre-final B, LCQ main event. If you miss the main event on Saturday, the good news is you get a mulligan. You get to try again to make the big show on Sunday. So And in the same token, you make the main Saturday, great. You get to race Saturday's big show. You're not safe. You go back to Sunday, wherever you just qualified for those classes that just qualified or are about to qualify. You've got to earn your way to the main event once again. Now, this class, one of the three, this is the second of the three classes that will not be having to worry about not making it to the big dance. The X30 Pro Juniors, capped out at 40 entries, are going to be running exactly all 40 through the mains on Saturday and Sunday. No one's going to miss the show here in this division, but it's a packed house for X30 Junior, and it's going to be about 20 drivers in each qualifying group, 2 groups in total. So we'll see the first group out on the racetrack right now. There's Oliver Piatek, who had a good run in KA100 Junior qualifying. He'll take them out of the final corner, and we'll start to pick up some of the front drivers. The first ones out, the first ones to miss the major grouping to move on forward. So one of them headed through is one of the our Ryan Perry Motorsport liveries, and I believe that is the 702. But I'll confirm more as we work our way through. There is the 702 Motaz Sport driver. So not 702, maybe 703 or something. We'll identify more as the weekend comes along. Lots of new drivers, new places, new faces. It's a brand new racing season. It's the 769, actually, it looks like. Ryan Perry Motorsport Tony Kart, that'll be the first across the line. So that one is going to be Jensen Burnett, the Canadian. Tom Shoecraft, the third, goes behind him. Caleb Campbell, Aiden Lorenko here in this one. And more to come. Ethan Goulart there in the 770. We've just got 5 across the line, all gapped out decently. But again, we're watching Canadian Jensen Burnett, who has had a very active North American winter. And speaking of active North American drivers, this driver's been active on the North American pro scene for a number of years. Your KA100 Senior top qualifier, Brandon Lemke, is down with our Jenna Tommy. Jenna?
Oh, I'm here with Brendan Lemke, who is our pole sitter in KA100 Senior. You kicked off the season with a bang last year, winning Super Nats. How are you feeling going into this weekend?
Well, we're off to a really good start. I mean, qualifying pole out of a field about 60, so it feels really good. But I think we still got some work to do with the car and everything like that. With the longevity of the race, so.
Final group feel on the track to the car?
It's, mentally, I kind of get in my head. I'm like, oh, I got to beat everybody else. I look at the times, and I'm like, I don't know if I'm going to beat that. But, the Kart, I mean, we've been kind of tuning it for qualifying sessions, this whole practice yesterday and everything. So, the track feels sticky. It's a little greasy, if anything. Yeah. But, there's grip. And I think we're going to make some adjustments for this next qualifying and hopefully be on top again.
Yeah, what are you hoping for this weekend?
Oh, 2 wins, of course. I mean, I don't know, you can only ask for so much. There's some stiff competition. I know Fletcher and Chasen and all those guys that just moved up. These guys are good.
If you were watching things closely, it got a little bit gnarly there in the infield chicane. I mean, we had a driver go around right in front of a big pack, and it's kind of reshuffled them in an awkward way. I'm sure a lot of drivers are going to end up with some traffic-filled final laps here. Burnett at least seems okay. 2 1/4 tenths off Diego Ardiles here at the drop of the checkered flag. Jorge Ortiz sits 3rd, Caleb Campbell 4th, Alex Mercado 5th, Aiden Lorenko 6th, Gavin Witt 7th, Tom Shoecraft 8th, Oliver Piatek 9th, and Alexander Chartier 10th.
Diego Ardiles, very, very strong driver, and actually one of the favorites going into the weekend. Very, very impressive lap time there. We're going to see if this other group can top that off. But some familiar faces from up in the Northeast, and the number 777, Yash Rampal getting P17, and Alfonso Lombardo getting P22. Drivers from all over the United States coming together for his X30 Pro Junior class. The X30 engine platform has grown so much over the last 5 to 6 years. It has become a very, very quick platform for karting. And then this junior class many drivers have gained tons and tons of experience in 2021. And as we begin the season for 2022, it's a fresh season. It's a fresh points. They want to get these early points early on so that they don't have to come climbing back through the season. As you see in any racing series, especially in karting, if you have a bad start to the season, you can come back and you can get all your points up, but you want to start good. You want to have all your points early on in the season as we begin the next group of X30 Pro Junior qualifying.
Just sets the tone for your year, really is the biggest thing. I mean, you either ride a lot of momentum or not too lot. We have a month and a half until round number 2 at GoPro Motorplex in Mooresville, North Carolina. Beyond that, it's an even bigger gap. So as the field will work its way on through here, one lap underway. Caleb Gaffera currently on your screen in the RPG Cosmic. I believe that might be Aiden Ingrata's Speed Concept Racing Red Speed that's behind him, but Gaffera, the quickest in final practice. Here's Christian Miles, one of the brand new Lando Norris karts for Mike Doty Racing. Behind him, Julian DaCosta in the 778. Ryan Perry Motorsport Tony Kart. Here's Gaffera. He misses the first right-hand curve, while you see behind him, Aiden Ingrata clobbers it in the 750. So a couple different lines in the final sector. Where will they pan out here? Lap number 1. Let's see where they jump to, Mateo.
Turns 12, 13, and 14 are going to be the last corners of the racetrack, and not only is it a very vital passing zone, but in terms of qualifying, you're seeing these drivers absolutely clobber these curbs as they're trying to get every last tenth and trying to get the momentum and have the setup line onto the front straightaway. Now here's something that you could even do. This is qualifying at just one lap that counts, so you can sacrifice one lap to create a little bit of a setup. Won't help you too much, but this is all for one lap here in qualifying. But right now, Diego Ardiles, nobody has dethroned him. Just let is 2/10 clear of Jensen Burnett. Jorge Ortiz rounding out the top 3. No drivers improving just yet. And then Caleb Gaffrar goes to the top of the lap times with a 55.509, only 54 one-thousandths of a second ahead of Diego Ardiles and Max Garcia in the P7. Sebastian Weldon into P number 6. What a fantastic lap from him as the white flag is out. Jakub Lockhart at the good time. And Cooper Beasley gets so close to Caleb Gaffrar, only 23 one-thousandths of a second. Only 5 100ths of a second separating 6 karts. That is a matter of inches, folks. And there's a yellow flag. There's a yellow flag on the racetrack. Looks like the 798 is slowing down into turn number 8. Not sure if he's run into a problem there. But the checkered flag is about to come out. And Caleb Gaffrar improves his time and is able to get down to a 55.126, Xander. That is an unbelievable lap. Teddy Musella and
Aiden Ingrata will jump up to second. 1/10 and a quarter back. Max Garcia, final time, 10th and 3/4 back. 55.298. Musella, Scorpione, Cooper Beasley, Diego Ardiles, Parker DeLong, Ernesto Rivera, Sebastian Weldon. We talked about Jensen Burnett's lap time from Group 1. It drops to 13th as Christian Miles cracks the top 10. But it'll be a double pull in the works here for Caleb Gaffera. Nicely done for the 704 RPG Cosmic. And so he'll start on point for Sunday's pre-final in both X30 Junior and the Sunday A pre-final for KA100 Junior. Nicely done here for Caleb Gaffera in the team-sponsored class. Always good to win and dominate in the division sponsored by your shop or team. Brallison Performance Group X30 Junior has an RPG Cosmic, putting it on the pole at a 55.126. Ingrata second, Garcia third, Musella, Scorpione, Cooper Beasley again sixth, Diego Ardiles, Parker DeLong, Ernesto Rivera, Christian Miles. Unfortunate on there, your screen, Sebastian Weldon with a DNF here in qualifying. He's going to find himself with a big hole to dig himself out of on Sunday morning. And that's the other issue here. For some drivers, I mean, you're going to find yourself with a great lap time and a lot of kind of excited levels of anxiety going into Sunday. In other words, in other cases, it'll be like a day of dread being Saturday, knowing that you've got to come from the back from an issue in qualifying here. John Antonino kind of comes to mind, who even got a decent lap in KA Junior before braking. So we'll see where they line up. Weldon at least 11th. Not a terrible lap on lap number 2 that holds okay. So just not, unfortunately, getting that third lap to go a little bit quicker. But X30 Pro Junior all wrapped up here, Mateo.
Yes, indeed, and we can definitely see there that I definitely think the racetrack has definitely gotten heating up a lot. But Caleb Gaffroy really set a blistering time there in those last few laps, and in that group, I saw drivers absolutely clobbering the curbs, and they're able to make it work. Some very, very impressive driving there. But Caleb Gaffroy, Aiden Ingrata, Max Garcia, Teddy Masella, Leonardo Esperanini, and Cooper Beasley all beating out Diego Ardiles. Diego Ardiles, a very, very strong ended driver going into this weekend. But the heats on Sunday will tell us how things will pan out. But for now, Caleb Gaffroy going to lead the field to the green on the heats on Sunday.
Well, we're on the racetrack now with our X30 Master qualifying session. I think they're going to do one massive group for this one here. So all 21 drivers for your Speed Concepts Racing X30 Master class on the racetrack for their 3-lap qualifying session. Then I believe we should have a mini qualifying session coming up next, followed by your X30 Pro Seniors. So 3 more classes still to come for Sunday qualifying. Then we'll run them all back through for Saturday quali. And then, of course, tomorrow when we go live, it'll be straight into racing.
And as we go into the X30 Masters, tons and tons of experience, as well as some new drivers coming in, and some of these new drivers trying to take as much as they can by following the more experienced guys. But drivers getting their first few times in, already getting into the 55s and 56s here. Daniela Romalo into the pole position thus far. But it's going to happen very quickly as they're all out on the racetrack, and they're going to have 3 laps to show down and try to pick up that provisional pole position.
So 1 lap complete. Daniela Romalo's lap holds over Barrios. Scott Kopp, your reigning champion, and the number 1. Scott Roberts currently on your screen, one of the fastest drivers through the winter, through the end of 2021. If you remember, at GoPro Motorplex, absolutely dominated when we got there towards the end of the season. Got himself an X30 Master win to close off the championship. So it was unfortunately a little bit bittersweet. He was already out of the points by then, but a great run for Scotty Roberts. White flag in the air now. 2 laps complete. Rob Mayer, your quickest. Roberts second. Danny Roberts in third. Romalo will go quicker.
And we're going to be seeing a lot of shuffling of times coming to the line here. Evan Batt stays into the top 5. Scott Carpellotti into P11. And then P13, John Robichaud will improve his time, will not improve his position. But Paul Meese into the 12th position. And you're going to see in this class, the drivers are very spread out. These X30s have a lot more horsepower. We're getting more into the 30, 40 horsepower range. So it really is not too beneficiary to have any kind of tow in these faster classes. So it just all out, set a fantastic lap time, and run to the line. Checkers are out, Xander.
Checkered flag coming here, final time across. So let's see. First few up there, Rob Mayer will not be able to knock off the Brazilian running for the Racing Edge Motorsports Canadian outfit onto the Cosmic, Danilo Romalo. Romalo does not improve his final lap, leaves himself open to getting beat as it goes Mayer, Kopp, Roberts, Evan Batt moves into the top 5, beginning his foray into Masters single-speed racing, the longtime shifter kart top-level driver. Laurentiu Mordan, Christian Vomier, Danny Robertson, Miguel Meyer, and Mario Barrios. No changes inside the top 10 on the final lap. Danilo Romalo, just coming through your screen there, will lead the field of X30 Masters to the green, presented by Speed Concepts Racing alongside the RPG Cosmic of Rob Mayer. Nicely done, and a lap on lap 2, no less.
And as we go into racing tomorrow, it is going to be a lot of shuffling going on, especially going into turn number 4 for the first time. A lot of moves can be made, and that can definitely turn into a very dangerous incident zone which is why it is hugely, hugely beneficial at a track like this to start from the front. Daniel Romalo, 44 1,000ths of a second over Robert Mayer, and that's the beautiful thing here. Not one class we have seen any more than half a tenth to a tenth separating the top few drivers, which just shows how competitive and how much experience these guys are putting into this racing. And that will complete the X30 Sunday qualifying for the Masters class, brought to you by Speed Concepts.
We'll move on to our mini Swift division here, which will have multiple groups out for qualifying. Again, one of the many classes that is going to have a last chance qualifier. So for the drivers from 8 to 12 years old, 50 plus in total for mini Swift. Again, we're going to have, I believe, as many as 4 groups out on track for qualifying, 4 groups for X30 Pro Senior qualifying, of course, the final class on the order, the headline division. We're going to be getting set to send it down to Jenna. She has caught up with Caleb Gaffera here, or is just about caught up with Caleb Gaffera, and they'll be getting set to chat. Again, Caleb Gaffera, our X30 Pro Junior top qualifier from Rollison Performance Group in the RPG sponsored division. Jenna?
Paul, do you want to do the interview?
Yeah.
Here, take it.
So Caleb, how would you rate your weekend on a scale from 1 to 10 so far?
10 out of 10 so far.
Why is that?
We're quickest.
Great talking with you, Caleb.
Thank you. Back to you guys.
Back to you guys.
Apologies about the tech difficulties there. Still working on a few things here of where we can and where we can't go. We'll figure that out a little better as the weekend goes on, and we'll send it to commercial while we wait for the D&J Intermodal Services Mini Swift Division for qualifying.
I'm David Serra, 18-time Australian karting champion, and we're launching Kart Class. Kart Class is an advanced digital training program that suits a driver who's just starting out in the sport, all the way to the driver looking to win a national championship. In this program, you're going to be learning about how to find the ideal racing line and what an apex is. Braking and throttle markers, wet weather racing lines, and how to overtake other competitors. We target how to brake in the wet weather, and we look on the mental side of kart racing as well with our mental skills coach. At the completion of this program, you'll be lighting up purple sectors in qualifying, know when to defend on the opening laps, and how to pressure your opposition into mistakes. We teach you the tools to be resilient and how to get in the right frame of mind before a race. We look to complete the whole package by getting a strong mindset, a driving style to suit all conditions, strategizing your race, and getting the last 1% from your team. We'll teach you how to win the final lap of a race, drive in the wet like Max Verstappen, and creating the perfect bubble for yourself to mentally be in the zone. To find out more, click the link below.
Kart Store USA is a kart parts supplier that racers and retailers can count on when they need reliable advice and service. We focus on servicing all racers with honesty and pride while maintaining customer satisfaction. We carry a full stock of Kart Republic and Tony Kart chassis, as well as IAMI and Vortex Rock engines. We've also got a host of other parts available and in stock, such as products from Rev Performance Materials, Jekko Racing Seats, and more. We have a 100% satisfaction guarantee, and on top of that, if your order exceeds $200, shipping is on us. Check out all we have to offer today by visiting us online at kartstore-usa.com. If you're looking for top-grade equipment, look no further than Rev Performance Materials engine mounts, sprockets, and arcade chains. Available online now at revperformancematerials.com and through a dealer near you. The highest quality material, built to the highest quality standards. Rev Performance Materials.
Well, it is a bright and sunny day, and it's sun's out, guns out for a few guys there on the fence as we get set to go green with D&J Intermodal Services Mini Swift qualifying. The first group here out of the 56 driver entry list here for the Mini Swift class as they head through turn number 4.
Drivers from all over the country representing in this Mini Swift category. A lot of Northeast guys coming in, going to see what they can do against some of the more local drivers here at Orlando Kart Center. What a beautiful facility that this racetrack really is. They have rental karting as well as 24-hour endurance race once a year. What a fantastic facility they have here, and what a great place for the first round of the 2022 United States Pro Karting Championship. The driver's going to be coming to the green for the first time, and here comes the 107 coming to the line.
First lap coming to be completed here. Lap number 1 for the 107 of Benham Abernathy. Gabby Gadara then behind him. Shane Stern coming across as well here for this first group. The benchmark, a 102.697.
Very high variety of different chassis here, but all running that Mini Swift package, and really awesome to see so many different chassis being represented in this class. Drivers very spread out here, so this is one of those classes where a tow could help a little bit, but isn't going to be the be-all, end-all here.
Well, and again, they'll be separated too. I mean, the tow will be pretty massive for the Mini Swift Racing, but all these guys gapped right off the bat, and for a kid driver, especially when you're training, you're just wanting them to go out and hit their marks, not worry about trying to play the game of traffic. You'll see more games played through the older ranks, especially in the 100cc classes that are definitely draft dependent, and you may see a little bit of gamesmanship in X30, but for the most part, knowing how short the session is, a lot of drivers will say, you know what, I'm not going to try and play the game of getting a tow, I'm just going to go and hit a lap time. That's where a lot of these kids are. They just want to get a gap, get some space, and the same for their coaches, parents, and mechanics, and sometime all three of those jobs held by one person. 1 lap to go at the stripe, a lap and a half complete for Benham Abernathy, 2 complete overall here. A 101.84 over Justin DeLucia. Drew Waltz will knock him back in the 111. So that'll move Waltz a little higher up as they come into turn number 4 now. Over DeLucia, Gadara, Antoine Lemieux, Antonio Pizzonia Jr., Shane Stern, Mateo Calderon, Roman McCurdy, and Ethan Sky Manunik currently rounding the top 10 over Carter Banks, Tyler Padgett, and Asher Pavan.
And as we see here, Roman McCurdy definitely has a good amount of pace on the driver in front of him there, but trying to get around him as quick as he can. But these drivers are still competing, even though they're going for their own laps. They're not just going to let you by. And as you can even see there, it can definitely mess up somebody's time. But as I said, this is a competition, and there are yellow flags, I believe. But no, they're just coming into the pits. That is the checkered flag is out. Devin Waltz goes on a provisional pole position so far with a 1 minute .84, which is a very large margin over the second driver of Benham Abernathy, followed by Justin DeLuca, Mateo Calderon, and Antonio Pizzonia in the top 5.
Yeah, Antonio Pizzonia Jr. there rounds the top 5 over Gabby Gadara, Shane Stern, Antoine Lemieux, Roman McCurdy, and Ethan Sky Manunik. As 3 laps are complete, Devin Waltz topping the boards here in the 111. So group number 1 knocked out. Next up will be the second of 4. Provisional pole, a 101.0 or a 1 minute .853 there, as you can see on the Orlando Kart Center top 10 leaderboard. As we go back again trackside, you can see it is busy all the way around here. We've got a great view of some of the mechanics there up on the stand. Got another view as well of drivers pushing their way out of post-qualifying tech inspection and also queuing up to go in for qualifying as well as we work towards the end of the Sunday qualifying round. We'll go back again with everyone for Saturday qualifying to follow. We'll get some more interviews here as we continue to work on a few little things on our end to get the bugs sorted out and cleared. But right now, the engines have been fired, and we're going to bring another group onto the racetrack. Again, a beautiful day here in Orlando Kart Center. DNJ Intermodal Services Mini Swift qualifying on track right now, and X30 Pro Senior currently on deck.
And we can already see tons of marbles being built up in turns 8, 9, and 10, and that will definitely affect the racing line for sure, as well as, especially, with marbles on the racetrack and racing, if you are not on the prime racing line, that can easily mess you up there. But here we go. The next group is out on the racetrack, ready to roll. Let's see who can dethrone the number 111 of Devin Waltz.
Yeah, we'll see again. I'm curious to see where the gap's going to be. Waltz, again, had a massive gap, half a second back to Benham Abernathy there as we head through the sweeping corner, one of the leading edge motorsports entries there. We were following through the opening sweeper.
Drivers fairly spread out in this group. Green flag is out as drivers try to dial in lap times. It is unbelievable, honestly, to see how these young drivers take it. I mean, even though they're only 12 or 13 years old, some of these guys have 5, 6, even 7 years experience, which really turns. And then I'm sure in the future, as these drivers move up the ranks into KA100 and X30, they will have tons and tons of experience on their belt as we see these guys really attacking the curbs here as we come along through turn number 4.
Yeah, one lap in here for this group. Lillian Scarborough, just like her older sister, looking good early in the qualifying session. Quickest on lap number 1 out of this group ends up being actually Cypress Andrus. Jumps to 6th in the 126, and I believe that's who we're following right now. So Cypress Andrus in the 126, P6 out of Sebastopol, California. Just behind Antonio Pizzonia Jr. A second off the pace, though, at Devin Waltz. So a little more pace to find to try and close that margin. Here comes a couple more coming on through. One of the new CRG entries, as we've seen quite a bit more of the orange, red, and black CRG colors starting to make their way back stateside once again. Headed up a good bit by the Speed Concepts Racing Program, a partner of the U.S. Pro Kart Series, of course. But with the Weinberg brothers, Carson and Cameron, having such a hot start to 2022, I think that spurred definitely a little bit of a resurgence and sold a few more drivers maybe checking out a different brand than some of the ones currently popular. Giuseppe Gadera, good lap there on lap number 2. He'll jump up the orders. So will Max Christie, who is one of the main mini drivers for PSL Karting, the 139, as Gabriel Balog tops the boards in the Magic Kart. He takes over honors of the provisional pole in the 118.
Starting to see the times really start to crunch up at the front of the field here as qualifying intenses in this mini Swift category. Gabriel Balog, really impressive lap there. We're going to see if that driver can even improve. But Landon Boer doing also a fantastic job in P number 6 as we see drivers absolutely attacking the curbs. And as we can see, these two are just close enough to where maybe the toe can help you just a little bit, but you're not too close to where the driver in front of you is going to hold you up. So that driver has really got himself pretty well positioned for a lap right here.
Yeah, that's a good gap here if he can take advantage of it. And you can see the driver behind starting to tuck a little bit behind the steering wheel. Let's watch them through the infield chicane. Little bit of less curbage. Obviously in the mini go-karts, less metal to flex on a smaller frame, so you won't see them hit them nearly as hard as you'll see in the big classes. But across the stripe here for the checkered flag, where will that jump those two drivers? Fianchi, Braden Zerves, 5th and 9th overall for both. Just jumps ahead of Tyrone Kemper Jr. there at the edge of the top 10. Devin Waltz, 6th. Balog. Final lap, lap 3, a 1 minute 55. So Waltz and 6th, and the quickest driver in Group 3, quickest driver now overall. Balog, Gadera, Christie, Boer, Fianchi across the line of the 148, final one to move up. 3 laps done for all of group number 2. Group 3 to come here. 2 more groups halfway through DNJ Intermodal Services Mini Swift. And we've got a number of drivers still to come here. And this one, of course, a total driver entry list maxing out at 56 on the weekend. One heck of a turnout for the 8 to 12-year-olds. Both great for the future of the sport. You talked about moving up to KA and X30 down the line to fill those classes over the next decade. It's all going to come a good bit from the micro and mini Swift numbers we have right now. The fact that micro is sold out with a massive waitlist and mini Swift has an LCQ is an awesome sign for the future of karting in North America.
And it's also awesome to see that drivers that are in their rookie season already in very, very impressive positions. Fion Shi in P number 5, really, really impressive as he came from the regional level, moving up to the national level. And Paul Hart, same with him, moving from the regional level to the national level. And as they accustom themselves to this more national competition, I'm sure it'll push them and it'll make them better drivers. And that's just the awesome thing about this sport, is that everybody makes everybody better as the competition gets more fierce.
Yeah, I mean, there's really not a bigger event. I was talking to a number of different people here earlier today. I mean, I don't think you'll see a turnout this large outside of when we go to Las Vegas for the Rock Cup USA Rock Vegas event of the Superkarts USA Super Nationals, because there are so many people here. Again, over 300 plus drivers, over 320 entries, just a massive, massive field in every division. I mean, the biggest groups you'll see for a purpose-built racetrack, for just a standard championship level race, not a world, not by definition an international race, but definitely has a lot of international flavor. We got South Americans here, we have Canadians here, but not meant to be one of those massive one-offs. This is probably going to be the most drivers, or the biggest conglomerate of drivers brought together in any event this year besides those two major Vegas events at the end of the year.
Yes, indeed, and OKC, like I said, a fantastic venue for it, and going to produce some fantastic racing. Very excited for this weekend, and definitely tune in with us on Saturday and Sunday. Again, Saturday will be free, and you will be able to tune in to Car Chaser and check out the awesome racing all day with the heats, LCQs, pre-final, final. But if you want to watch the racing on Sunday, make sure you get that subscription sooner rather than later so you can keep up with Car Chaser throughout the 2022 season. As we continue into the Mini Swift category, this is another group here. Gabriel Balog, very, very impressive time out front. What we're seeing literally from every single driver that has set a time so far, lap 3 is the lap. These carts are a little slower, and we know how kids are. I know how I was when I was a kid, when I was first getting into karting. First few laps, you're kind of, even if you had practice, you're kind of getting reaccustomed, and then usually by lap 3, you're kind of in the flow, and then that's where we're seeing these kids put in their optimal lap times. But so far, they're going to be coming to the line. That's one of the Burrell drivers coming through. Burrell Art, really, really a big turnout for them, too, this week. And they definitely came to play. Literally, the biggest manufacturers in karting are all here and all come to play. And it is awesome to see them put their drivers to the test.
Well, let's see what we've got here. First lap complete for group number 3. Asen Dromalev in this one, in the 177. He moves up the order. I believe he's the quickest driver from the first lap. Again, currently sitting 18th overall. Bobby Klein in the 146, who I think might be one of the drivers on your screen. One of the Alan Rudolph Racing Academy Burrell Arts. As there goes one of the Technos as well, coming out of turn number 10. A Nitro kart there, one of the Tovo brothers, it appears to be coming out. It might be Jackson Tovo in the 131, or Ethan. Both of them in this group here. The brothers moving up in the sponsored class by their family business, the DNJ Intermodal Services Division. As the field works its way around, here's another one of the Magic Kart entries. Gabriel Balog, a fellow Magic Kart driver, currently on top. But his teammate, one of many, Max Weiland in the 188, trying to knock him down the order. Behind is the 147. And they'll all shuffle here as we try to dig out new names, new faces, new places again, and a lot of just new drivers. First ever U.S. Pro Kart Series start here this weekend. So there's a lot for us to learn, and we've been learning a lot, but there's over 300 drivers individually. Not a lot of double dippers here this weekend. Everyone typically focusing on the main class that they've want to enter, want to win. And right now the driver closest to knocking it off, Gabriel Balog, and winning qualifying for Sunday, Asen Dromalev in the 177. 5,000ths of a second. You've been talking about close racing all the way through. That is a close margin here over Jackson Wolney, Giuseppe Gadara, and Tristan Murphy.
And Tristan Murphy comes out, and Asen Dromalev improves up to a 1:01. And as I said, that third lap is going to definitely nick some people down the order a little bit more. But wow, what a lap from Asen Dromalev as the checkered flag is out. Looking like about 4:10 separating the top 5. Reese Bowman sneaks into the top 5. Great lap from him. And then Gabriel Balog basically falls down to P5. Wow, so much happened in that little bit there. And as I've said, all on that final lap.
Yeah, Bobby Klein with a nice late run here on lap number 3 to move back up the order. Ethan Tovo was down with his brother Jackson a little bit further on the order. Jackson ends up 15th. Ethan, great run, ends 3rd. Murphy 4th. Balog 5th. Bowman, Wolney, Gadara, Christie, Landon Boer, the top 10, with still about 15 heavy hitters to come. Final group coming. Again, the fast ones. The fastest top tier from final practice out of the 4 quarters. Kai Johnson, Alan Bonilla Espinoza, Carson Weinberg, Asher Ockstein, Keelan Harvick, Gage Bailey, Tyler Roberts, Gian Matteo Russo, Lucas Palacio, Gage Korn, Davin Roberts, Salvador De La Vecchia, Oliver Weldon, Sarah Bradley, and Nathan Holy. Here again from 42nd to 56th currently on the timesheets. They will undoubtedly jump up the order. And again, this is setting your pre-final AB breakdown for Sunday. One more class to come after this one for Sunday qualifying, X30 Pro Senior. For those of you that have already submitted in, we had over 318 entries in the KC Fantasy League. And you guys tuning in for that, well, qualifying for X30 Pro Senior, 10 points up for grabs to the pole award winner for each day. That's coming after this group right here. Mini Swift qualifying, DNJ Intermodal Services, your title sponsor. 3 laps on the boards for the fastest 13 to 14 drivers here as they come around turn number 4 and 5 on lap 1.
And as we see, we have a group of 4 drivers that are rather close to each other. So hopefully the drivers end up, and as
there's
we see,
some gamesmanship right there.
There you go.
Oliver Weldon going to let Sarah Bradley go by. Salvador De La Vecchia leads that group. I believe we've got a Nitro Kart driver. Might be Davin Roberts right behind it. And they'll pull off. Oh, a little bit of a love tap there from, I think, Bradley.
I think
Weldon
that was
going to go around.
I think that was full-on miscommunication between them 2 drivers, and he's seeming to swell up. I think he's just trying to let him by so he has enough room in front of him for the final lap. And yes, he is in one of those.
Yeah, so that was Oliver Weldon in the Lando Norris kart, as you mentioned, a little dust up, dropped a wheel. He'll be outside the toe now from Bradley, so all that messing around burns their first lap. We'll see what they do here for laps 2 and 3. So the top drivers in Mini Swift, again, knowing how to play the draft game, knowing how important it is, they did not want to be the leader. And Salvador De La Vecchia, he's the leader of a pack right now. Then Oliver Weldon, the leader of one as well. So none of them going to get a good first lap. Probably not going to get a great second lap. They might get a decent third one if they can get it together. Gage Korn at the end of that group in the Race Factory entry. Got another group coming through here led by Kai Johnson. He's got a couple on his tail, including the 192 RPG Cosmic and the 194 Super Tune Tony Kart of Asher Ockstein.
As we come through turn number 10 here, almost basically bump drafting into these final few corners, but they can't be too close. They didn't really abuse the curbs that much there as they come to the line and try to set a time.
Yeah, they're allowed to push. They're allowed to make their own gaps. Whatever goes here in qualifying. If you want to go find a dancing partner, you can. Sarah Bradley and Salvador De La Vecchia, they're going to dance together to 4th and 8th. Move up the order on lap 2. Asen Dromalev still holds. Tyler Roberts, the 199 goes to the pole, following, I believe, behind Oliver Weldon, if I'm not mistaken. No, that's Davin Roberts in the 115. Kart Tyler Roberts in the 199 is a little further back. He moves up. Here's Bradley and De La Vecchia. Final time through. Can they go quicker? Move into the top 5 together, because now it's Carson Weinberg on top at a 59.86. The Speed Concepts Racing CRG. We talked about the Weinberg brothers running up front, inspiring more drivers to take a chance on the brand. Well, now, again, a great opportunity to prove the worth of the medal. Final lap through. Here's the first few coming through the chicane. De La Vecchia and Bradley. There's Oliver Weldon and his crew as De La Vecchia and Bradley come across the line. Weldon's group behind them. Checkered flag. Who goes to the top here? Final time across. Weinberg holds for now. De La Vecchia and Bradley to 3rd and 4th. Weldon to 5th. Tyler Roberts cannot improve. Final time through. Keelan Harvick, 10th. Gage Bailey, 11th. Weinberg goes even quicker. He didn't need to. He found pace anyway. Carson Weinberg looks like he'll hold here on top.
That's a savage young drive from Carson Weinberg, able to gap Tyler Roberts by another 3/1000ths of a second. And when you're in the car, you don't really even know where you're at, you're just pushing and you're just going. But I'm sure when he pulls in the pits and when these drivers see their time on the top, they're either going to be very, very happy and pleased and ready for Sunday, or they're going to be shaking their head like, I got a lot of work to do. But some very, very impressive runs in that session. Keelan Harvick will just miss out on the top 10 by 4/1000ths of a second, but will be starting on the inside, so he should be pretty good.
But well, again, that'll be different here for them. Weinberg and De La Vecchia, that'll be the front row for pre-final A. Roberts and Johnson, front row pre-final B. So like you said, Roberts will get to start down on the bottom. That's going to wrap it up for D&J Intermodal Services Mini Swift. It sets the grid order for Sunday. 6 of the 7 classes have been set. Our headline division, X30 Pro Senior, coming up next here. Again, live on Kart Chaser. My name's Xander Clements alongside Matteo Julian, bringing you the action here from qualifying on Friday. Sunday qualifying for X30 Pro. Have you got your picks for the KC Fantasy League? First round of it starts after this.
I'm Billy Vincent, owner of MPG Motorsports. What we do at MPG is we try to keep it a nice, fun family atmosphere, try to combine sort of the bigger things and of the bigger teams and the professionalism down with sort of some of the fun sort of family-oriented atmosphere. We try to not only develop drivers, but also the parents and the families for just in knowledge in general in motorsports. It all starts in karting. What we try to do is try to help the drivers, the moms, the dads understand the sport of motorsports in general, not just karting, but what it takes to get all the way up through. Whether you end up wanting to be a driver or a mechanic or an engineer, you know, we can help you with that, and that's what we're here for. If you're interested in joining us at MPG, our home base is at Whiteland Raceway Park in Indianapolis, and you can contact us at info@willpowerkart.com. And one of our great people will reach out to you, and we'll try to put the best program together.
Welcome back here live from Orlando Kart Center. The first group of 4 for your Franklin Motorsports X30 Pro Senior on to the racetrack here. Again, this is the bottom quarter from final practice that just wrapped up earlier this morning. So a number of drivers going to get some airtime here that maybe were looking for a little bit of pace, or a few rookies making their X30 Pro Senior debut, trying to close the gap to the top half of the field. Some of the top drivers in the country and in the world we've got here. We've got world champion drivers running in this class. A number of drivers from IndyCar and from the road to Indy. Zach Clayman Mello, of course, multiple Indy 500 time starter. Victor Franzoni, Indy Pro 2000 champion, Indy Lights driver. Another handful still competing on the road to Indy, like Thomas Neveau, who just came away from nearly winning the opening round of the USF 2000 championship 1 week ago. Drove straight from St. Petersburg, Florida, over here to Orlando, Florida, and got into the seat of his Trinity Karting Group Kart Republic. Once again, if you're tuning in here, my name's Xander Clements alongside Matteo Julian. Matteo, your first time here on the national stage, both as being here at an event like this and as an announcer. And man, this is one event to come to, 320 entries.
Oh, more than definitely. It is so beautiful to see so many different drivers from so many different grassroots in motorsport, and they're all coming together here. And what this is already proving to be is to be really a proving grounds. No matter where you come from, no matter where in the world you come from, this is where it all comes down. Justin White setting the pace thus far, and Justin White is actually one of the drivers from the regional championship that I come from, and he has been fantastic. He drove in the Rotax Max Grand Finals last year, as a lot of drivers did, and it's great to see him in the United States Pro Karting. Ryan Raffa is able to jump up to P1, a 54 flat.
It's a good run for the Full Tilt Racing, Mike Doty Racing, Tony Kart driver Ryan Raffa, Justin White, Oscar Pinozzo, Florida kid in the 343, Luis Colomodio from Miami, Florida, Jacob Gerke, an Orlando, Florida-based driver. Then Sutter Gable, longtime U.S. Pro Kart Series competitor. James Stegman, another X30 Pro Division rookie. Sam Cate, veteran X30 driver. Adam Maxwell, making his X30 Pro Senior debut at the U.S. Pro Kart Series. Chris Farino, Braden Johnson, Gabriel Kauer, Haopeng Zhang. Your 13 drivers in Group 4 for your X30 Pro Senior qualifying session. And they're coming to get the checkered flag this time. Across the line for Ryan Raffa. Checkers are out. Justin White will nip him at the line. 53.85. Raffa at a 53.94. Don't know if we'll see much other movement. They've got a couple tenth margin back. While we wait on them, we're going to get ready to send it down to the fastest driver from Mini-Swift qualifying, who ended up going even quicker than where he needed to. Carson Weinberg of Speed Concepts Racing is with Jenna. Jenna, take it away.
Who's our pole sitter in Mini-Swift. Carson, how's your weekend going?
Pretty good so far, but I hope it turns out the same in the final.
Yeah, what's the track like been so far?
Greasy, hot, cold, different.
So pretty difficult to deal with. What's helping you through that? What are some strategies you have?
I don't know, I just drive the car.
You just drive your go-kart and it's working for you. Who's helping you out this weekend?
Ewan from CRG, my dad, Tony, Austin Miles.
That's pretty much it. Thank you so much, Carson. Good job. Yeah.
Again, taking it back away here, Carson Weinberg. What a kid, man. He is one funny little kid. Let me tell you, if we get him a little more warmed up on camera, he's going to be very lively. I've told him ever since we started doing our videos, I wanted to get him to go and mess with the X30 Seniors, and he's got a good personality, but you can tell he's focused right now, no matter what. I mean, even with a half-tenth, nearly 10th advantage up on the Mini-Swift field in qualifying, he knows, you know what, I got to go qualify again for Saturday. I got to go to the tent, got to review data. Could have drove better. Probably pretty focused in at the moment.
He's got his head down, and he is ready to just drive that car and drive it to the front of the field and bring home that hardware for his dad and Ewan. But fantastic weather we've had all weekend. And as I've said, as drivers warming up their tires for their run, everything for the Kart Chaser program this weekend is free all the way up into the main event. So continue to join us. The racing action on Saturday and Sunday is going to be insanely exciting. Just make sure you get that subscription. And also the Kart Chaser Fantasy League has been introduced this week, as we've mentioned before, and over 300 entries. And it's very exciting and a very fun, competitive way to get to learn and have some fun with the drivers that we have at hand in the 2022 season.
Yep, we'll get to see the first few points handed out here as we've got Josh Campbell on screen. Pulling double duty here, one of the few drivers running two classes in the 326 RPM Tony Kart. As Julia Booz is there, one of the drivers making a return to the seat, the 351 Go-Win Races Tony Kart driver. Here's Campbell headed through one of the tighter sections of the racetrack and down the backstretch, as now we'll pick up senior rookie Noah Rosser headed onto the front stretch for group number 2. Again, the bottom three-quarter mark from 50 to 75% of the field, making up this next group. Lap 1 complete for most of them. Jack Jeffers, one driver who was a hotly picked rookie here in the Fantasy League and has had some really good runs in a couple of limited starts at the end of 2021. Well, struggled a little bit throughout the end of final practice, but the Speed Concepts Racing Red Speed driver knows it's just practice. Doesn't really matter all that much if you can throw down a heater here in qualifying. Right now, Jeffers is 16th with only one lap complete. Plenty of time to put down some more. As we've got the 307, that is Guillermo Quintero.
Justin White still on provisional pole as drivers get their first few laps in and absolutely clobbering the curve. Jack Jeffers coming to the line. We're going to see what kind of time he can come up with. And as we come in through,
that's the final corner right there. They'll come out of turn 13, hit the little kink at turn 14, come across the line, and we will go to see the white flag. Jeffers that time jumps to second. So good run going here. He's closing in on the Nash Motorsports EOS card of Dante Yu. You talk about a little bit of a toe. He might get a touch of one if he gets a really good middle sector here. That could be really beneficial for the Speed Concepts Racing Red Speed pilot, Jack Jeffers. Let's watch him coming out of turn number 9. down the backstretch here. Dante Yu, currently 9th overall, ahead of Timothy Carroll. There is Cameron Weinberg, big brother to Carson, coming through the final chicane. He'll come through in the CRG. Here is that group. Noah Rosser at the front of it, then Dante Yu, then Jack Jeffers, all trailing him. They're all going to tighten up. Checkered flag in the air. Across the line, Cameron Weinberg to 6th. Where does Jeffers go? 35.801. He'll go to the top. Provisional pole sitter, Jack Jeffers in the red speed.
He was able to get the toe on that last lap and improve just enough to get over Justin White, 53.801. 49 one-thousandths of a second ahead of Justin White and 96 one-thousandths over Ryan Raffa. Very, very impressive run from Jack Jeffers.
Yeah, nice run for Jack there as they work their way into the pit lane here, qualifying. Again, almost through, halfway through the final class, X30 Pro Senior. Jack Jeffers currently holding on to the top spot over Justin White. Ryan Raffa, who was quickest in group number 1. Dante Yu on the final lap. He got a good lap in and did 4th. Luis Calamodio 5th. Frankie Mossman 6th. Jacob Hoover 7th. Cameron Weinberg 8th. Timothy Carroll 9th. Oscar Pinozo 10th. Then it's Guillermo Quintero, Jacob Gerke, Mateus Garcia, Sutter Gable, Josh Campbell with 27 currently that have turned a lap here in qualifying out of the 57 still on the entry list. So 30 more drivers to come. Groups 1 and 2 on deck in the Franklin Motorsports Pro X30 Senior class. And it's tight right now. It's relatively tight. It's honestly been a little bit of a gap, a little bit of separation at the top in final practice. In fact, all 3 practices this morning topped by Rollison Performance Group's Ryan Norberg. It closed up a little bit heading into the final session of the day, but he was still able to maintain his position at the top of the leaderboard and put the number 1 back on top. He is our reigning U.S. Pro Kart Series Pro Division champion, 5-time regular season pro champ if you count this 4 consecutive SCUSA Pro Tour titles he had from 2017 through 2016 to 2019.
Yeah, he's going to be one hard driver to beat, as he's definitely been one of those drivers. He came into the practice sessions very, very strong this morning, and he wants another championship. Get back-to-back championships is a statement in motorsports. It really is, and then you can take that with you on your resume all the way up through the ranks, no matter what you're doing. And he would absolutely love to be back-to-back champion.
Yeah, it'd be great to add to his already resume here at the top of the North American Karting Pyramid, Ryan Norberg in the national number 1. Now, he's got a lot of drivers hungry. That number 1 is a target. And for the Orlando, Florida native, he's just happy he's got a home race for the first time in nearly 5 seasons on the National Karting Circuit, that a major event has come back to Orlando Kart Center. We've talked all weekend long about how packed this place is. Record-breaking numbers, a beautiful facility. It is packed like a city in the paddock. You got cars parked all over the place, just everyone trying to find a way to get here. And well, as crazy as it may be to pack this many people and this many entries in total into the race facility, it's cool to see that many here this weekend. We've got them lining up the guardrail and the fence line. Jack Jeffers, of course, he's working his way through the scales. Well, this group currently on grid, you can see Oliver Hodgson looking to go into the next group, along with Tyler McIntyre, who was quick early on today in the middle practice. AJ Myers, multi-time National Pro Shifter Kart champion in this group of drivers as well. There's Zach Hollingshead making his return. You go back to 2019, Zach Hollingshead nearly got the U.S. Pro Kart Series X30 Pro title over Brandon Jarzagrak, came up just a couple of points short at the end of the 6-round championship. So here we go, Group 2, Group 1, or Group number 3 really, second fastest group, Group 3, and then Group 4 still to come. Here's Hollingshead through the final corner.
These next 2 groups are going to be insanely strong here. And as I said before, some Marvel buildup going on the racetrack, but definitely very slick line being formed here as we come to the line for the first time as drivers put their first of 3 laps.
Here's Zach Hollingshead again, the TV car driver running with Speed Concepts Racing, so he's teammates with Jack Jeffers, gets to compare a little bit of data as they run different chassis brands. Here's a couple OTKs, the Cosmic and then the Lando Norris car, Justin Ataconis one of the hotly contested rookies into the season. There's Zachary Clayman DeMello running his own OTK operation. He'd been on a Villeneuve kart and an Atomica kart over the last year and a half, and finally returns to the same brand that he won the SuperKarts USA Super Nationals on, arguably the biggest X30 Senior one-off event in the world, one of the biggest kart races in the world, that you've got guys in NASCAR, IndyCar just struggling to make the show. It is that competitive just to be a part of the 40 driver field that start in Las Vegas. One driver who's very impressive in Las Vegas, top 10 result for that kid right there in the white out Tony kart, Dalton Haynes. Privateer Tony kart driver, his brother and him, about as lean budget as they can. I mean, they drove out to Vegas from North Carolina with the go-kart strapped on top of their car, came out, competed, drove all the way back, got here last week, got to do a little bit of testing, and it's just two brothers trying to take on the world right there with Dalton Haynes, who impressed the world at the Miami Grand National Championship. They've gotten a little bit of sponsorship, still looking for some more, and they're trying to take it to some of the major drivers and major teams. And it's a cool underdog story here, and they've decided to fully embrace that with the white bodywork, black helmet, black suit. As cool as it is to have the painted lid, Dalton's like, you know what? I am the underdog. I'm the one that's just barely got enough to even afford the helmet. I'll keep it, and I'll run with that. Underfunded, it is what it is. They are in Group 3 of 4. That's a pretty impressive group to be in good company, as we see Paulie Massimino, the Ryan Perry Motorsport official Tony kart driver. Here's Ryan Vincent with Nash Motorsports. Let's see where they've all lined up so far. Nolan Allison, one of the rookies, currently your quickest driver here out of this group.
And Zachary Clayman DeMello steals the pole position for now with a 53.706, almost a tenth ahead of Jack Jeffers.
So Clayman DeMello moving up the order. He's running by himself. So by his lonesome, Zach ZCD finding a little bit of a rhythm here with a familiar kart brand again. Super Nats winner. You can't snub him whatsoever. There's AJ Myers and Tyler McIntyre popping the curbing hard here in the final sector. Final lap coming. Myers across the line. Where does he jump to on the leaderboard? Across, nothing great for AJ and McIntyre. Myers is 19th. McIntyre 15th. Zach Hollingshead, Ryan Vincent go 9th and 8th. Oliver Hodgson, he did not get a good lap in as well. And so it's going to be a rough one for the comp kart driver. He finds himself a little bit further down. He's outside the top 10. Nolan Allison, second lap, a heater, holds on to third. Clayman DeMello will not improve, but that lap time will not get beaten. Zach Clayman DeMello, quickest in Group 3, quickest overall. Jack Jeffers from Group 2 still holding on to second. Nolan Allison third, Justin White fourth, Paulie Massimino fifth, Ryan Raffa, Justin Ataconis, Ryan Vincent, Zach Hollingshead, Tyler Wettengel, another rookie in the Pro Senior class, rounding the top 10.
And we have one more group here of heavy hitters to try to dethrone these guys as we set up our grid for our heats on Sunday. And then after that, we are going to go into our Saturday qualifying sessions directly for tomorrow. And as we look at the drivers that we have in this upcoming session, some very, very notable names. As we said before, the defending series champion Ryan Norberg, going to be very, very hard to beat. Jeremy Fletcher will be another one, but really Diego Ramos, another one who is going to be insanely intense. What do you think, Xander? Who do you got for this besides Ryan? If anyone's going to take it to Ryan, who do you think it's going to be?
Marian Kremers is a world champion in the KZ class, the premier karting division over in Europe. He's a factory driver now for PSL Karting. He's got a lot of experience. I'd love to bet on some of these Florida kids here, the likes of Aaron Benoit, who was top 5 in the final practice session. Hayden Jones, who had a really impressive end to 2021 at his home track in North Carolina. He could be decent, but there's Benoit headed down the line. Wes Duchek, another Florida kid inside the top 5 in final practice. I'm going to be honest, I've been saying it since we got here this weekend. I really like Victor Franzoni. Again, former driver in Indy Lights. Honestly, the talent and everything, if it fell the right way, he could be an NTT IndyCar Series top contender. He instead finds himself here on the grassroots level, but arguably a level that has more talent packed through the field than anywhere else you'll find in the entire world. And he right now was top 10 in the final practice session. Franzoni there just out of your screen in the Alonso kart. Here's Jeremy Fletcher. Of course, hotly contested rookie, the highest picked rookie by a ton in final practice in the Fantasy League. But Franzoni, I think he's only got 2 or 3 picks. That was a driver who sat on the front row in his only U.S. Pro Kart Series start back in 2021. Wes, do check through the final turn. We're going to start to get a bit of a gauge of where everybody is at as we are going to put one lap in the books. Ryan Norberg, his first lap, puts him 14th. So very nice start for the RPG reigning champion.
And he has to keep the momentum up here. And as these drivers find the limits, they just get into that flow state. The drivers that are the most impressive usually, they just get right into it. They get right into the limits. They do not question themselves. They do not question their marks. They know what needs to be done to get the pole.
So here we go with the field here. 3 laps complete to be completed. 1 lap complete already. Jeremy Fletcher headed through turn 4. He barely made it into the fast group, the final group of drivers. There's Thomas Neveau, Trinity Karting Group, Kart Republic driver. We talked about him, again, on the road to Indy. USF 2000 Series winner. Inside the top 10, Norberg's second lap will put him to the pole.
Only by 1/1000, and Aaron Benoit steals it by 91/1000. Will Ryan Norberg have an answer for that on his final lap?
Yeah, very nice here. Aaron Benoit, again, another driver who is a national level winner, has been very impressive in the few starts he's made over the last 2 seasons. Going back to the 2021 SCUSA Winter Series, he was the only driver besides Norberg and Arias Duke-Medjin, 2 multi-time race winners that year, to win a main event. He came back here this year, struggled a little bit in Homestead, but he's got even more laps now with his main team in the U-Race group, and we've got another Orlando native, Paul Bocuse, quickest at the moment here. Final lap, though. Let's see where they jump this time. Bocuse with a good run to the top. Your final drivers coming through the final chicane. Where does everybody go across the line? Norberg, 53.5. Still more time to go. Only 400ths clear over Bocuse. Third lap in, Benoit. Not enough. 34 thousandths off of Norberg. Paul Bocuse trying to get there in Sunday qualifying.
Is he going to be able to steal it? He wants to dethrone Norberg. Norberg's been fast all day. What can he do?
Thomas Neveau not able to do too much here. Bocuse not going to improve. Neither will Neveau. Franzoni improves to 6th. Alessandro DiTullio to 5th. But Ryan Norberg on home turf, it got close. It got definitely a whole lot of pressure in the top. You got your top 4 drivers under 1/10 of a second. Norberg, Benoit, Bocuse, Neveau, DiTullio.
Now, for the viewers at home, I will tell you just how mind-blowing it is to have these insanely fast karts that take so much preparation, they take so much jetting work and to find the right setting. And there's only 2/10 separating the top 10, 5/10 separating 25 drivers. You will not find anything more competitive than that in road racing in America.
And you've got a lot of big names here buried in the field. Jeremy Fletcher only able to go 18th. We go back from some of the quicker drivers from earlier. Jack Jeffers from that second group out of the 4 holds on to 14th. Marian Kremer is again a world champion, 13th. Clayman DeMello, his quick time, holds on to 9th, gets him inside the top 10. That'll put him with a 5th place starting spot in pre-final A for Sunday, so that's a nice place to roll off from. Hayden Jones, impressive run, qualifies 8th. Diego Ramos, Brazilian stock car driver and North American karting superstar, inside the top 10 as well. But again, big names deep in the field. AJ Myers, 35th. Dante Yu, 27th. Hollingshead, 23rd. I mean, these are drivers that have podium, contended for national championships. Paulie Massimino, 19th. Ryan Raffa has had a very impressive career as well. Again, he's just inside the top 20, and you go even further back, more big names still all the way through. Just a very tightly packed field for the Franklin Motorsports X30 Pro Seniors. Short break here on the stream. We're going to come back and go qualifying for Saturday with KA100 Junior. When we get a moment, we'll try and find our top qualifier, Ryan Norberg. For now, we'll take it a commercial.
Maryland, USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parolin Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParolinUSA.com. As the Western importer of the Praga and Formula K chassis brands, Leading Edge Motorsports is a high-performance kart shop and race team with a simple mission: teach others the joy of high-performance driving, supply our customers with the highest quality products and services, and most of all, win races. With our remarkable racing inventory, expert services, and top-ranked national-level team to back it up, we'll help to get your new kart racing package up and running fast. From arrive and drive service to kart preparation and driver coaching to the parts you need to get you back on the racetrack, Leading Edge Motorsports is the industry answer. Are you looking to up your web presence and digital footprint? Here at Novice Web, we help businesses elevate their value through custom software development, responsive website design, e-commerce, and AL/ML services. Our customer-focused engineers have over 10 years of experience. Let Novice Web design your first online impression. Overdrive Motorsports is more than just another full-service kart shop. Beyond our excellent service and more than 20 years of experience, we also offer a number of aftermarket parts and upgrades, such as our own proprietary pedal kit and the only aftermarket rock shifter mount in North America. Check us out online at odkarts.com.
I'm David Serra, 18-time Australian karting champion, and we're launching Kart Class. Kart Class is an advanced digital training program that suits a driver who's just starting out in the sport, all the way to the driver looking to win a national championship. In this program, you're going to be learning about how to find the ideal racing line and what an apex is, braking and throttle markers, wet weather racing lines, and how to overtake other competitors. We target how to brake in the wet weather, and we look on the mental side of kart racing as well with our mental skills coach. At the completion of this program, you'll be lighting up purple sectors in qualifying, know when to defend on the opening laps, and how to pressure your opposition into mistakes. We teach you the tools to be resilient and how to get in the right frame of mind before a race. We look to complete the whole package by getting a strong mindset, a driving style to suit all conditions, strategizing your race, and getting the last 1% from your team. We'll teach you how to win the final lap of a race, driving the wet like Max Verstappen, and creating the perfect bubble for yourself to mentally be in the zone. To find out more, click the link below.
Kart Store USA is a kart parts supplier that racers and retailers can count on when they need reliable advice and service. We focus on servicing all racers with honesty and pride while maintaining customer satisfaction. We carry a full stock of Kart Republic and Tony Kart chassis, as well as IAMI and Vortex Rock engines. We've also got a host of other parts available and in stock, such as products from Rev Performance Materials, Jekko Racing Seats, and more. We have a 100% satisfaction guarantee, and on top of that, if your order exceeds $200, shipping is on us. Check out all we have to offer today by visiting us online at kartstore-usa.com. If you're looking for top-grade equipment, look no further than Rev Performance Materials engine mounts, sprockets, and arcade chains. Available online now at revperformancematerials.com and through a dealer near you. The highest quality material built to the highest quality standards. Rev Performance Materials.
And we are back and live. We are going to send it down to Jenna, who is with X30 Senior pole sitter Ryan Norberg. Jenna?
Ryan, you've had a really successful weekend thus far. Tell us about this first qualifying.
Well, it went well. I think I kind of left a little bit on the table. You know, I don't know. I didn't do the lap that I wanted to. I was driving pretty hesitant, and it showed itself. So hopefully there's a little more left in the tank for the next one.
Yeah, Bocuse was keeping you on your toes, and so were a lot of other drivers. What are you going to do in the second qualifying session to get around that?
Well, I just got to be better. I got to believe in myself. You know, I was out there driving pretty hesitant, and it wasn't good. I need to be attacking every lap. So yeah.
Wow, inspirational. Thank you so much, and good luck in the second round.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, thank you, Jenna. Here we'll bring it back with KA100 Junior qualifying. First group again goes out on the racetrack of 4, and we'll switch over to the live timing screen and keep an eye on what we've got going on here on the racetrack.
It is now time for Saturday qualifying, as we are going to try to just do it directly tomorrow. So if these drivers do not feel like that their Sunday qualifying performance was good enough, they can at least start getting ready for tomorrow. KA100 Junior, again, this is the class that has been growing a lot over the last 4 or 5 years. A mix of rookies and experienced drivers, some drivers getting ready for X30, and some drivers just enjoying what they have in KA100. 3 laps again through all these qualifying sessions. In this field, we have a very staggering number of entries, 47 entries. And first few lap times coming in here, Walter Jenkins, the 4th, setting the optimal lap time so far of a 59.647. As that's Indy Anderson, one of the Kart Republic machines. Very, very impressive driver. He's going to be trying to nick away at the top few drivers at the front of the field. As the track was cooled for a little bit, but for the most part, the track should still be rather optimal. But drivers pretty spread out as they're going to be coming to lap number 2 here. And as we saw Race Liberante earlier, he made a very good move with his tire pressures, making it insanely high, so that on lap 2 could be that very, very good optimal lap. But Gabriel DaCosta goes to the front end. Walter Jenkins, the 4th, sits a 50. Oh, and Ryan Miller, 58.992. Wow, several drivers improving there, and drivers are going to continue to improve. And then as we go on to lap number 3, we'll see who can be the fastest so far out of this group. And as we said, the groups are split up by their practice time. So the first group, the slower practice drivers, and as we move on through, we will go to the faster practice times. Ryan Miller currently on the provisional pole position. And then here we go as we come to the final lap here. White flag is not out just yet, as these two in the Lando Norris machines trying to tango here, trying to help each other with some tow but not hold each other up, and the checkered flag is out. Walter Jenkins, the 4th, improves, and then Ryan Miller improves as well. All 3 drivers improved at the front of KA100 Junior Group 1, and Ryan Miller was able to get it back down to a 58.392, 4/10 ahead of Walter Jenkins, the 4th. Insanely impressive lap. Wow, that is pretty staggering compared to the other drivers in the group, but that is the checkered flag for the first group here. This class is brought to you by Timmy Tech as one of the sponsors for this weekend, the United States Pro Karting Championship. As we move on to Group 2 here, and the drivers come through the scales. And as I've said before, the new Lando Norris OTK chassis coming in this weekend, brand new for some of these teams, and very, very, very exciting as they get used to them and represent a driver that many people look up to at the ranks of Formula One. But as I've said, the competition level here at the United States Pro Karting Championship is absolutely through. It might be a little bit quicker than, but it doesn't hurt being behind somebody a little bit faster than you, get some tow, and possibly pick up some tips and tricks. And then after we do our Saturday qualifying here, it's going to be all racing on Saturday and Sunday. So it is going to be really important for these drivers if they want to have a good chance to avoid any LCQ. If there's an LCQ in their class tomorrow, it is important to get the job done right now. As Ryan Miller on the provisional pole position, 4 drivers are together in a little pack there on the back straightaway. We're going to see who can benefit from this as they go into turn number 10. Now coming through 11, 12, 13, and 14. Very crucial zone for pace, and will be a very vital passing zone over the weekend as well. As we come to the line here, as these drivers set their first laps. Quentin McPherson of the P11, Makey Winfried P12, and Ava Hansen up to the top 5, the only driver to really get into the times of the first group. And they're still running pretty close in that group there as we come through to sweeping turn number 7. And as I said, this section in the turns number 8 and 9 is insanely technical. And setting up your braking or your marks over those curves is so important for the momentum onto the back straightaway. And driver just made a pass there. He said, you know what, I need to get around you, or the driver just letting people through because he just worried about lap 3 and see if he can be behind in the tow. White flag is out. 1 lap remaining in qualifying for Saturday for Group 2 of the KA100 Junior. And Shea Aldrich is in the provisional pole position now, 59 1/1000ths of a second ahead of Henry Wheeler. Ryan Miller is now pushed down to position number 3. And Joey Friend gets up to P number 3. Driver's going to start setting their optimal times now. This is the final lap. This is where they're going to have to get the job done. Driver sweeping through that very, very quick turn number 7. And they're on the back straightaway. Drivers putting their heads down as we roll through turn number 10. Now, can somebody dethrone Shea before we move on to the next group? And he's getting super close to him in those last few corners. Wow, he is, Shea, it looks like he's not going to be able to improve because he got held up. And he still does improve, 57.951. He was, and Henry Wheeler gets, and Ava Hansen. Wow, several drivers were able to dethrone the provisional pole sitter, and Ava Hansen will now be, and there goes Victor De Alencar, very surprising last lap, and gets a 57.820. The top 4 now into the 57s, all separated by only 1/10 of a second. And now the drivers will approach the scales, and as we see on the timing sheets, very, very close at the front, but there is still some heavy hitters to come. Again, wanted to remind you guys to get involved with the Kart Chaser Fantasy League, a very fun way to start to learn and engage with drivers and be competitive and have fun while watching our races throughout the weekend. If you get 10 points for whoever gets the pole position and if you pick that driver. Now we're going into our next group here as drivers getting ready to fire engines. We definitely got very lucky with some beautiful weather this weekend. We all know how unpredictable Florida weather definitely can be, and is pretty hot out there, but drivers definitely enjoying the weather, and a very, very slick racetrack, and will definitely provide for some very crazy racing on Saturday and Sunday. And we are going to take a short commercial break before we go into our last few groups here. You are watching USPKS round number 1 on Kart Chaser.
As the Western importer of the Praga and Formula K chassis brands, Leading Edge Motorsports is a high-performance kart shop and race team with a simple mission: teach others the joy of high-performance driving, supply our customers with the highest quality products and services, and most of all, win races. With our remarkable racing inventory, expert services, and top-ranked national-level team to back it up, we'll help to get your new kart racing package up and running fast. From arrive and drive service to kart preparation and driver coaching, to the parts you need to get you back on the racetrack, Leading Edge Motorsports is the industry answer.
Are you looking to up your web presence and digital footprint? Here at Novice Web, we help businesses elevate their value through custom software development, responsive website design, e-commerce, and AL/ML services. Our customer-focused engineers have over 10 years of experience. Let Novice Web design your first online impression. Overdrive Motorsports is more than just another full-service kart shop. Beyond our excellent service and more than 20 years of experience, we also offer a number of aftermarket parts and upgrades, such as our own proprietary pedal kit and the only aftermarket rock shifter mount in North America. Check us out online at odkarts.com.
Parallel USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parallel Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParalleLUSA.com. Welcome back here live from the U.S. Pro Kart Series. It is KA100 Junior qualifying presented by Timmy Tech. So as the field makes its way around here, we're working our way through the middle groups of the qualifying session. 4 groups in total for Saturday qualifying. Victor Day Alencar, Ava Hansen, Henry Wheeler, Shea Aldrich, currently your top 4. As the first drivers here from the next group have begun to make their way on the racetrack. Max Garcia, the leader of it. Again, he was the first one just to miss out on going through to the main group in final practice. The MPG Motorsports Will Power Car driver, decent run in the first qualifying session, stayed inside the top 10. See if he can do the same thing here, put himself with a top 5 starting spot for pre-final A or pre-final B. Checkered flag coming now here as they come across. Green flag in the air. My apologies. 1 lap in. Still plenty of time to go. First lap in the books for your KA100 Junior, presented by Timmy Tech drivers. The next group on the circuit is, again, Alencar's lap, a 57.820, currently the benchmark.
Drivers pretty spread out in this group as they're trying to allocate themselves to the racetrack, definitely attacking those curbs. They're trying to get everything they can. And if you were to put these karts into slow motion, you would literally see them basically in midair for a split second, going through some of these curbs, trying to push for these lap times. And again, if you're just joining us, this is Saturday qualifying. Sunday qualifying is already complete, and white flag is out. 1 more lap to go in this group. Victor Day Alencar still the pace of the field. Landon Skinner in P number 6, and Oliver Piatek with a 57.633. Very, very impressive time by that driver. As we see the 817 making a move on the inside, trying to get around what he can. Sometimes if a driver's in front of you, if the toe is not working anymore, you just got to make your way around them. But we're going to be coming to the final lap here in this group. And we are seeing some drivers set their optimal times on lap 2, especially in the KA100 category. But in a lot of the other classes, lap 3 really is that money lap. And drivers coming through 11, 12, 13, and 14 for the final time. Max Garcia on the provisional pole position now with a blistering lap. As last few drivers coming across the line, Mateo Naranjo gets up to P3, and Landon Skinner is able to nick up to P5.
Tech there up to 2nd, but no improvement. Austin Olds, late lap there for the MPG Motorsports Will Power Car driver, goes to 3rd. Ahead of Naranjo, Diego Guillo, Landon Skinner, all chasing Garcia, who puts a healthy 3/10 margin on him. That is a very safe distance here with the fast group still to come at a 57.242 for Max Garcia.
And that really is the kind of lap time you're going to need to kind of uphold these last few classes here. But so competitive. A lot of these drivers have already really found the limits of this Orlando Kart Center. So they're, just trying to fine-tune their toe and camber to these very, very technical turns. And that's another group in the books for Saturday's KA100 Junior. We got the next class coming up, some heavy hitters. This should be the last group. Lucas Zabo, Oscar Alife, Cooper Shipman, Caleb Gaffarar, who is going to be definitely in the running for a very good position. Max Taylor, Graham Trammell, Helio Mesa, and Parker DeLong. We're going to see what these drivers can do as they come and grab the green flag as they come through the kink in 14. Here we go. We have been munching down so many qualifying sessions today, but after the qualifying of today is going to be racing action all weekend long.
On your screen now here is the 827 Elio Meza, your fastest driver in final practice this morning. His teammate coming into view, the 814 of Cooper Shipman, and then the 873 of Stephen Miller and the Chad Dawkin Racing OTK. Here's the Lando Norris Kart number 801. That's Lucas Zabo. Oscar Iliff, another Iron Rock Motorsports Tony Kart for the Houston, Texas-based team. 3 drivers inside the fast group at the end of final practice. We'll put the first lap down here this time. Caleb Gaffarar, your pole award winner for Sunday, trying to get a pole sweep here and get to start up front tomorrow as well. Very sideways through the final sector, but it's still only lap number 1, building a little bit of heat into the tires, getting those pressures up. 1 lap complete, 2 to go. First lap's in the books, and it won't really have anyone jumping up inside the top 15. All third laps here from everybody else holding strong. Into turn number 5 here again, Miller closely trailing Cooper Shipman in the 814 Iron Rock Tony Kart. Don't know if he'll pass him here as they work lap number 2.
And here comes that driver in the Lando Norris Kart, Lucas Zabo. Can he make an improvement and try to start moving up? A lot of these drivers' first lap times weren't really in that realm.
Yeah, we go back down to the quickest one at the end of lap number 1. I believe that was Stephen Miller. He got a little bit of a toe as well, so that's a little bit off. Ivana Richards was quick early. Elio Meza, Cooper Shipman, they were pretty fast. Austin Roy as well. Here's Zabo. Ooh, that's going to be a rough lap. He just tried to pass Cooper Shipman going into the final corner. He'll lose some ground. And, or sorry, not Zabo. That was actually Stephen Miller trying to pass on Cooper Shipman. So a poor end to lap number 2 for the Chad Dawkin Racing OTK driver.
Parker DeLong set a very good time, only 75 1/1000ths of a second behind Max Garcia. This is the final lap, and then with this 3-lap qualifying format, it's like first lap, you do what you can, second lap, you're dialed in, and third lap, got to make it the money lap.
Yeah, you can't make any mistakes on that final lap. We've seen a few guys have some good second laps, very, very few with good enough to remain on the pole. Norberg being one of those. 1 lap to go here. Here they come to the final chicane for the final time. The 827 going to come across the line. Here comes Elio Meza. 3rd last time by, a 10th to find. Does he find it? He does. 57 123 for Meza. Gaffarar going to beat him again. 18 thousandths better for the RPG Cosmic driver. Garcia hanging on to 3rd right now. Parker DeLong cannot go any better. Oliver Piatek P5. Miller P6. Austin Olds. Mateo Naranjo. Ivana Richards. Diego Guillo. Here's Max Taylor. Late run for the Lando Norris Kart driver. He moves up to 7th. So good run for him.
And there you go. Some of the heavy hitters were able to get up in those positions that they felt like they were at in practice. So that is complete. That is the checkered flag for KA100 Junior. We are done, and they are now going to be ready for tomorrow's heats. Caleb Gaffarar are going to be starting in one of the heats poles, and then Helio Meza going to be in the pole in the other heat.
Yeah, Elio Meza with a great run there, just got nipped again. So Gaffarar completes the pole award sweep. We may end up talking to him again here. We've got at least our interview station all set, rock and rolling now, which is nice. So we can chat with as many drivers as we want to throughout qualifying. We'll be having Jenna as well try to pull some drivers that go pole early in the session while they wait to see if it will stand. Gaffarar, again, 3 laps complete, pole award win. at the end on lap number 3, 57.105. For KA Junior, presented by Timmy Tech, there they go on the board. You can see 57.10, a 1-2, 10th back to a 2-4, a 3-1, and then it kind of opens up a little bit on the gaps outside the top 5. Nice run for Oliver Piatek. That's a big improvement from his qualifying run where he put himself back for Sunday. John Antonino, again, the driver who had the issue in Sunday qualifying. He's actually going to start better for Sunday than he will here, finishing all 3 laps on Saturday. He rolls off 23rd right now for Saturday's qualifying results. Mateo Naranjo, good one. Ivana Richards kind of silently there in the 822. She's been top 10 in both of the KA Junior divisions, so nice performance for her. But overall, Caleb Gaffera, again, nicely done. He picks up right where he left off and the end of the Winter Championships prior to this weekend. And now with the regular national season getting underway, his domination trying to continue so far in junior. It is successful. 2 pull awards in 2 attempts for the USPKS KA Junior season, Caleb Gaffera. We'll go to commercial. We come back. Mateo Julian, Xander Clements here calling the action live from Orlando. It's round 1 of the United States Pro Kart Series Championship.
Parallel USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parallel Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParalleLUSA.com.
Welcome back here live from the U.S. Pro Kart Series opening weekend at Orlando Kart Center. Myself, Xander Clements, alongside Mateo Giuliano, and we've got the feather flags waving in the wind for the U.S. Pro Kart Series at MG Tires as the fence line continuing to line with more and more drivers, mechanics, friends, family, spectators, trying to get an eye on what this track is going to do. Mateo, you've touched on it a lot. And again, it's something that we talked about. I talked to Ryan Norberg especially, the man to beat so far in X30 Pro, has already been that across the nation and especially coming home. I said, Ryan, what do you think about this place? He's like, honestly, home track advantage, even for myself, for a lot of the kids here, doesn't do a whole lot. This track changes so much session to session. It's just going to come down to who hits the setup right at that right hour. You're a little bit guesstimating. Is it going to stay grippy? Is it going to get a little bit slippery? You heard even little Carson Weinberg after his mini slip pole, he's like, you know what? It's had grip. It's gotten no grip. It's been slippery. It's been greasy. It's been grippy. He said just about every descriptive word you could think of the track being one way or another or something in the middle. And he's like, you know what? I just go out and drive it. And, well, that's all they can do, but the setup definitely matters. Having a good piece under you matters. It's motorsports, half the name. You got to have a good car to go and win a race.
Definitely, and dialing in and having a kart that can adapt to different environments, and definitely as a driver being able to have that awareness going into a lap, especially when you have 3 laps here, your first 2 laps, you know what you have to work with, so you really don't have much time to adjust to the present conditions that you currently have. But Julian Rivera, Travis Pettit sets the first few laps. Oh, and we got a kart stopped. That is on the entry into turn number 8 and 9.
Trying to see which one we've got there. It looks to be the number 42. Just spun over here off to the inside of the racetrack. So unfortunate.
I wonder what happened there. I didn't quite exactly see what could have easily happened was he might have gotten a little bit on that curb, because I'm seeing a lot of these drivers definitely hug that curb a lot, and then if you aren't able to catch the traction when you land from that curb, you can definitely spin out. But I'm not sure what happened. It looks like his right front tire.
So he's beached right there is the issue. That's the reason they're stuck. It's unfortunate, but it's USPKS policy. Just kind of keeps it safe for the officials and for the drivers. You're unable to, if you're unable to get going on your own, the officials can't help you get back in, even in qualifying, as soon as the official sessions begin. So that was the number 9 machine of, let's see, Jake Manalio. So Jake Manalio, unfortunately, the number 9 Bennick, and the mini and micros, they have to stay in the seat. If you are in a full-size class, you're allowed to get up out of the go-kart, help yourself get back in the race, but as soon as the official touches your go-kart, you're going to have to retire. That kart is dead. So as for the micro and minis, they are not even allowed to leave the seat. Most of them won't be able to lift that go-kart, so it won't be much help to them anyway. So the rule is if you get stuck on the side of the racetrack, the officials can't help you. If you can't get back going on your own, if you get stuck, you're kind of out of luck there. So white flag in the air, 2 complete. Julian Rivera, quickest so far here in the first of 2 groups for Microswift qualifying over Travis Pettit, Aston Wyatt, Declan Deonaran, Mikey Collins, and Gavin Decay, the top 6.
What a fun qualifying day we've had here, especially in these smaller classes, seeing some of these guys want to work together and some of these guys are just like, I am a lone warrior. I just want to set a lap time. I don't need the tow to help me. I'm just going to do what I can. But then also what we've been seeing is these people being competitive with each other and not giving them any mercy, as we see even in the turns over 8 and 9, people racing each other, holding each other up so they don't even get the time that they need to get. But Julian Rivera on the provisional pole position now over Travis Pettit, one of my regional guys up in the Northeast, doing a fantastic job. I've seen Travis Pettit really, really come up. He battles with a couple drivers up in the north, and it's always so close. He's learned so much about racecraft in those really close battles. Great to see him performing in USPKS. But the checkered flag is out. Alex Chandler able to sneak into the top 10 there. We just had the first 19 karts set a lap time, but Julian Rivera, nobody has dethroned him yet, and that is the checkered flag. One more driver coming through, and that is Austin Taylor. Will improve his lap time, but will not improve his position, and that will complete the first Micro Swift group brought by Team Ferris Racing.
Yeah, so the first of 2 groups here, and again, Julian Rivera, a benchmark at a 101.914 up on the time board, up on the scoreboard. It's the 004, the number 4 here. Again, the triple digits just to go through the scoreboard, but the number 4 of Julian Rivera, quickest over the first 19 to hit the racetrack. Another 19 still to come here out of the 40 on deck for your Team Ferris Racing Micro Swift class. Sold out fields for the majority of the divisions here. Again, if they couldn't open the cap up, they sold out. X30 Junior, one of them, Micro Swift the other. X30 Master, one of the bigger grids, of course, they've seen all year at 21, which is fantastic for the 32 and over heavyweight class. But for the Micro Swifts, the second group we have on the order, the second group in their division, is about to go green here with many drivers that were up at the top, and of course your top qualifiers from the first qualifying session that set the grids for Sunday, the likes of Rocco Simone, who will be headed out here onto the racetrack. Still got Benja Fernandez, who was super impressive, and again is looking to try and get at least 1 pole after going quickest in final practice for the TKG Kart Republic driver. He leads them down to turn number 1.
And drivers trying to vigorously warm up their tires, and that's what these coaches really try to do with these younger drivers. They really got to, tell them all of these things that can help you have a great lap. They're just racing fundamentals, and these drivers are basically at that level where they are, they've mastered a lot of fundamentals. They just want them to go out there and hit their marks, but also at the end of the day, this is a great way for these young drivers to find their speed and find their confidence it's been qualifying. Qualifying is one of those things that confidence is the number one thing, and as we see this group of 3 here, we're going to see if any of those 3 can use that tow to their advantage.
Well, let's see what we've got here as the field works its way out of turn number 10 towards 11, 12, and 13. Nice little gap on back. Couple packs of drivers there. There's Mateus Romalo leading the group, headed through the infield chicane and out of turn number 13. He'll pull a little bit of a gap on him. One lap going to be completed this time. Parker Ives moves up the order. So does Rocco Simone. Rocco Simone moving up. Romalo, first lap, goes 16th. Simone goes to 8th. Cameron Marcia moving into the top 5 on his opening lap. Great first lap here for the 14 of Cameron Marcia.
Still got 2 more laps to go. And what you will see sometimes, if a driver feels like they got held up a little bit or got a little too racy on lap 2, they'll just back off, reset, just so that they can have everything set for that 3rd lap. And as we can see here, these young drivers flying through turn number 7. And with these lower horsepower cars, you can really basically go full throttle through turns number 8 and 9. And then you just got to nick it on the brakes going onto the straightaway. But with these lower horsepower engines, the racing is almost speedway racing with how many turns that they can take full throttle. And with the speeds, it's not as helpful to clobber the curbs as we see in the higher horsepower and older classes. The white flag is out. 1 more lap to go. Rocco Simone is on the provisional pole. Fantastic second lap. Let's see who can improve.
Yeah, lap 3 for Julian Rivera at a 101.9. Lap 2 for Simone at 101.7. Nearly 2/10 better. Ashton Woon looking good here. He's in the middle of that 3-car pack that was just on your screen. Here they come through the sweeper. The Nitro Kart driver in a good spot if the leader is quick enough, because he's already halfway sandwiched between the pair. Let's see some of the drivers coming through the final time. There goes that is Parker Ives in the 48. The blacked out Nitro Kart coming out of the final corner. Where does Parker land here on the final circuit? Simone still holding. Marco Samut in the 75. Still in only second best. Here's Woon coming out of that there. Nice little attempt at a pass by the 68. No change, though. Kai Mars to 5th. Mateus Romalo to 3rd. Woon to 7th. And Edward Kennedy out of nowhere.
And look at William Kim. What a fantastic lap by him. Even though they were a little racy there, wow, they were still able to find the advantage.
Cameron Marcia on the final lap ends 5th, and man, that is a very pumped up Edward Kennedy group here. He comes out with the pole award in qualifying. What a performance by Edward Kennedy. Again, he goes on top at a 101.238, a 10th and a half up on the field, a blistering final lap, a nice and healthy margin for the Kart Republic driver from Quebec, Canada. Rocco Simone 2nd, William Kim 3rd, Troy Ferguson 4th, Cameron Marcia 5th, Jackson Gibson finishes 6th. Then rounding the top 10, Mateus Romalo, Marco Samut, Kai Mars, and Julian Rivera from the first group holds on to 10th.
Wow, that was very, very impressive, Xander. Seeing Edward did not have a good first 2 laps at all, but then he just, he cut it. He left everything behind him, and he's just like, I'm going to set a blistering lap, and that was very, very dominant. That is awesome to see. He is a 10th and a half or so clear of Rocco Simone. And William Kim, another surprise, as he was in P11, and then he was able to move up. Such improvements on the final lap.
Yeah, you're going to see that, of course, on the first lap and maybe the second as they pass some of the drivers that already have 3 in for sure. But very impressive from Edward Kennedy to get the lap out there at the last second. And again, a big gap, no less there. It only takes only one time around Orlando Kart Center to put yourself in a very good position. Edward Kennedy going to sleep good tonight here. He's going to get to start from the pole in a 40-driver micro Swift field. Coming to the green flag for the pre-final tomorrow, presented by Team Ferris Racing. And just like that, 2 classes have both Saturday and Sunday fully gridded up and ready to go. We're going to take another commercial break. When we come back, more action from Orlando. It'll be another 4-group class with KA100 Senior, group number 3 on deck.
As the Western importer of the Praga and Formula K chassis brands, Leading Edge Motorsports is a high-performance kart shop and race team with a simple mission: teach others the joy of high-performance driving, supply our customers with the highest quality products and services, and most of all, win races. With our remarkable racing inventory, expert services, and top-ranked national-level team to back it up, we'll help to get your new kart racing package up and running fast. From arrive and drive service to kart preparation and driver coaching to the parts you need to get you back on the racetrack, Leading Edge Motorsports is the industry answer.
Are you looking to up your web presence and digital footprint? Here at Novice Web, we help businesses elevate their value through custom software development, responsive website design, e-commerce, and AL/ML services. Our customer-focused engineers have over 10 years of experience. Let Novice Web design your first online impression. Overdrive Motorsports is more than just another full-service kart shop. Beyond our excellent service and more than 20 years of experience, we also offer a number of aftermarket parts and upgrades, such as our own proprietary pedal kit and the only aftermarket rock shifter mount in North America. Check us out online at odkarts.com.
Live from Orlando Kart Center here, qualifying underway for the Mike Doty Racing KA100 Senior drivers. First of 4 groups on to the racetrack now as they make their way through. Here we are with 1, Gia Cicero. Her lap held up really nice in Sunday qualifying. She stayed inside the top 15. Race Liberante, of course, that was the driver that had the best lap overall out of the group, and that group held on top for a number of sessions before finally getting beat by Brandon Lemke, the eventual pole award winner. We've got a few more coming on through here as we watch from turn number 5, one of the infield hairpins. Here comes Liberante, Mr. Race Factory USA himself, trying to find himself with another good qualifying performance that'll put him in the safe zone. And when we say safe zone, again, the way that these formats are working, Mateo, is, of course, you've got your qualifying session right now. These 4 groups, it's just a matter of circumstance where you go out. It's a merge overall best time from any of the 4 groups. You could go pole here from group 1. You go pole from group number 4. Once the groups are set, then they're going to regroup them. Finishing 1st, 3rd, 5th, so on. Odd-numbered results in qualifying puts you in pre-final A. That's going to line the 18 spots on the inside lane of the main event because the top 18 out of the A pre-final will start 1st, 3rd, 5th, all the way down the order to 35th in the main event. The other half, the even-numbered results, they go pre-final B, same format. Top 18 out of pre-final B, so you got 2 pre-finals, odds and evens. Top 18 out of both make the first 36 starters for the main events, and then the bottom of each pre-final will have to run a last chance qualifier race. That'll be about 30 to 40 go-karts battling for 4 positions, so you want to start high up. You want to at least qualify 36th or better because that already puts you in the safe zone where you would start inside the top 9 rows, inside 18th or better.
And we're coming to the white flag now. Beckett Andrew out there with the purple lap of 57.2. Reese Liberante currently in P5. So some of these drivers might have made some very powerful changes, especially with tire pressures and other things. As you can see it on the racetrack, Beckett Andrew currently 4/10 clear of Joseph Botting, but a lot of things can change on this 3rd lap, as like we've seen all day long.
Yeah, quite a bit can change here on lap number 3. Beckett Andrew, 57.276, half a second quicker on lap 2. Liberante, again, he's the last driver out on the circuit, so he'll be the last one to pop up the order just because of the, being released late onto the circuit. So Liberante's second lap, though, still a good ways off of Andrew. There's Riley Pegram right behind him. I believe that might be Riley there. No, that's Larry Pegram in the 973. Former AMA Superbike driver, or Superbike rider. Legendary household name, of course, in Moto America. As we watch them come through, final lap, lap 3. Call it out here, Mateo Kingston Himes up the order.
Now here comes Joseph Botting coming to the line. Can he make an improvement? Yes, he can. That's P number 3 for him. And the checkered flag is out. Travis Varney is able to improve. Kendall Hedge improves. Riley Pegram improves, but does not improve his position. But Beckett Andrew on the provisional pole of this group. And then Alex Delbon is able to get to P11, nothing more than that. It's pretty surprising to see Race Liberante get beat by 2/10 over Beckett Andrew. Beckett Andrew put a really, really good lap in there. And one thing I did want to point out in terms of G-force, as you can see on the camera, going in through turns number 7 and 8, you can see how much the weight and the inertia is shifting the driver towards the left. That part of the racetrack is so intense for these drivers' bodies. And the more you are on top of that and the more physical fit you are to where those things don't bother you, I feel like that allows you to put your mental energy towards really being able to send it into those turns, because it takes so much momentum to take that onto the back straightaway. That's just something I noticed there as I was watching Joseph Bodding. Really, his whole body was basically almost being shifted as he was carrying tons of speed in the turn number 8. But Beckett Andrew with a fantastic lap so far, 57.088. I think that lap will stick a lot through these next 3 groups here as drivers, again, vigorously Alonso style, getting every inch of heat into their tires as they come through the final few corners to begin their attempt at qualifying for Saturday.
Yeah, one lap down here, or one group down here, group number 2 onto the circuit now as we begin and get the green flag waving from head flagman Bobby Radavoy. You can see the big number across the timing, across the start-finish line right there. That's a radar checking the mile per hour, kind of a speed trap for all the drivers when they come across the line. A pretty cool option as well. Orlando Kart Center, another cool piece of tech they've got here. They're just touching 60 miles an hour down the front stretch here in the 100cc karts. About 10 miles an hour than what you'll find in the Brakes 206, and about 5 to 8 miles an hour down what you'll see in the X30 Pro classes, more or less. 3 laps, making them count here. Here's Nick D'Andrea and the Leading Edge Motorsports Tony Kart in the 951. And more as they work their way through here. Group number 2 for Saturday qualifying in Mike Doty Racing KA Senior, the 3rd of 7 classes on the order. There was Keegan Bosch just in your shot there for a moment. Here's one of the Trinity Karting Group entries headed through the final corner and onto the front straightaway. Actually, I believe that's the Ryan Perry Motorsports Tony Kart, of Timothy Carroll. Here's another RPM Tony Kart there, the 915. And there's Keegan Bosch in the Race Factory, number 916. So we'll shuffle through, give us some airtime to everybody here in qualifying while we can. And while we really don't know who's going to come out as your quicker drivers from this group, we're still just working a lap and a quarter in to this second group's qualifying session. Mateo?
Aiden Hatcher is able to improve his time, and we're going to see, as we've seen, they're going to pick up pace. And I think the track has definitely cooled down from the hottest point of the day. So I think that is going to make some of these times a little bit quicker than what we saw earlier. I could be mistaken, but as the sun begins to go down, that's less radiation being put directly onto the racing surface. But yeah, Ian Quinn, P7 there. Beckett Andrew, nobody's challenging, but that's Keegan Bosch beating Race Liberante by 76 one-thousandths of a second. He is now 2/10 behind Beckett Andrew, and he has 1 lap to try to see if he can try to nick him off the provisional pole.
Well, let's see what we've got here. First time on through turn number 5. Out of 5 through 6, your final time around for the 926 of Josh Campbell. He's got a nice and healthy margin behind him. Is he going to be able to go enough here on the final lap? Keegan Bosch, the quickest in the group right now, 57.292. He's beaten the boss. Race Liberante dropped to 3rd.
Now here comes Keegan Bosch. Can he knock Beckett Andrew off the provisional pole? His head is down. Looks like he came on through, did not improve. Looks like he will have one more shot.
There he goes, just across the line now. It took a second to update. 57.529 for Keegan Bosch. So no improvement. Beckett Andrew holds 57.088 for the 997. Bosch, PJ Lida, late lap for the 900. He moves up the order. Ian Quinn to 4th. Liberante drops to 5th over Himes, Bodding, Cicero, Wilson, and Cameron Cass. Rounding the provisional top 10. 2 groups in, 2 groups to come. Lots of heavy hitters in this next one. And, of course, then we get to the fastest group on the racetrack here. Aiden Levy had a good run in this group. He was able to remain inside the top 10, going as one of the quickest drivers. Josh Holtz, on the other hand, one of the drivers that will be the first out on this group, just barely missed out in final practice. We go back to the Sunday qualifying session earlier. Not the best for a multi-time podium finisher and race-winning contending driver, Josh Holtz in the Holtz Driver Development Merlin. We'll see what he's got here. He gets another shot, again, to go a little bit quicker. John Burke the first driver that will not be in this group. He's the first one that's into the final group, and he had a good qualifying session. That's right at the cutoff line. So if you're looking to see who's in this group, who's in the next, of course, Rocco Pasquarella, Colin Hayes, Nick Terlecki, James Bird. There's a number still to come here. But right now, it's the 997 on the top of the leaderboard, 57.06. That's a healthy gap back to it. Again, 2/10. That'll allow a few guys to kind of jump in between him and Keegan Bosch here. If he was only a couple hundredths up, I'd say Beckett Andrew would probably get passed back pretty quickly in this group. But having a 2/10 gap, it gives a pretty good bit of confidence here. 57.088, the time to beat right now for the next group of KA100 seniors.
Well, yeah, I mean, and as we were seeing, these drivers that are able to create gaps like that, you can tell they have more confidence. Especially their team has dialed in a setup that is very comfortable for them. And if you're, even if you are Keegan Bosch, you come back into the telemetry, you see you are 2/10 up. You're going to see those drivers looking at screens and trying to see where they lost that. And sometimes it could just be in the moment. You might not have hit it, but sometimes you'll even feel like you did your best lap, but then it still doesn't come out. So there's a lot of communication that you need to give your team so that they know what to do to kind of shave those hundredths off of your overall pace so that when it comes race day, you can at least challenge the driver ahead of you if you really want to move up. And as we've heard even Tony Stewart say, sometimes second sucks.
Second does suck here, and that's gonna bite for a lot. It doesn't suck right now if you're in KA100 Senior. You do get to start pole for your pre-final. It will bite you when you get up to the main event and you get forced onto the outside lane. But the start on the outside here, not too terrible. I mean, you've still got, honestly, a good amount of time, and it's a long sweeping corner that goes into a switchback to the left. It's not necessarily a very tight hairpin, so you won't lose a ton, but you will lose a little bit starting on the outside lane here at Orlando. Let's see Josh Oates. Again, he was the first driver just behind the cut line in final practice, but he fell back a little bit further. He leads the field into the infield chicane there. The tall, mean green machine will come to take the green flag and be the first one across the stripe for Group 3. And your Mike Doty Racing KA Senior Saturday qualifying session.
Again, drivers really trying to warm up their tires as the track is a little bit cooler than earlier, but overall, a very warm weekend here at OKC. Drivers on their first lap. And speaking of the racing going on tomorrow, I think it's going to be really important to position yourself before the hairpin at turn 5. I think that could be a place where you can be made or broken on that first lap. So, right now, getting this good qualifying spot will help you avoid issues and potential crashes that could happen in turn number 4 and 5.
First lap coming to complete here for Oates. As you see him, he's a little bit out of shape over the curbing there. You can see the back end of the go-kart kind of stepping out on the 920, 982, Josh Oates. So let's see what lap number 1 looks like for the captain of the Oates driver development operation. It's probably not going to be too much just yet. I don't know if we'll see many drivers here on lap 1 that'll put them high up. He currently sits 27th, 1 lap complete. That's the highest so far of anyone in this group. Check that. Colin Hayes, a little bit quicker. Matthew Mockabee currently on your screen right there in the Lando Norris kart for Mike Doty Racing. The 966, decently quick here. We'll cycle through the rest of the group. There is the 942 Merlin.
And that's why it's so important to use the curbs, not abuse the curbs. And when you abuse the curbs, when your kart comes back on the asphalt, you're not going to have the traction you need to carry that momentum into those last few corners and really create the sector speeds that you need. So far, drivers not getting quite up there yet, but I'm sure as we get a few more laps under our belt here, they will start to move up the order.
We should get one right here. There's that first one. Josh Oates much better here this time around. Jumps to 6th off the bat. Aiden Levy to 2nd. He'll split Keegan Bosch and Beckett Andrew. Matthew Mockabee to 17th. Adam Maxwell, good lap, goes to 5th. Now make it 6th. Colin Hayes up there. Colin Lloyd to the top. Miami, Florida kid trying to make some more national starts here in 2022. He was impressive at home, on home turf in Homestead. Now he finds himself on provisional pole. It's granted still with one fast group to come, but very impressive to be beating some big national names here. Finnegan Bailiff up there as well, moves into the top 5 for the 949. Final lap for everybody Let's see where they're going to cycle themselves on out.
Let's see what we can make happen here. The two Collins have put Beckett Andrew, the old provisional pole sitter, into a little sandwich. Can Colin Hayes or Colin Lloyd take the provisional pole? Josh Hotz improves his time. And Aiden Levy will go to the top of the time sheets and will beat Colin Lloyd by a whopping 0.2 of a second.
Can Lloyd get him? Here we go. We were just on him across the line. Colin Lloyd, final time. Not enough. Aiden Levy, final lap, will be better than lap 2 overall. And so the 990 is going to take it to the top over Colin Hayes in the 992. Just on your off screen there for a moment. Here's Finnegan Bailiff in the 949. He drops to 6th at the end. Logan Mueller, his teammate, moves up into 5th. James Bird, good final lap to 4th. Lloyd, Hayes, and Levy by a 1/10 of a second. The new benchmark, 56.743. One more group to come here for KA Senior, presented on Mike Doty Racing. It's the fast ones. Brandon Lemke, Jeremy Fletcher, and more still to come here from Orlando. Let's go through what our top 10 looks like now, Mateo.
Our top 10 is very, very close. And as we see, Aiden Levy clear from Colin Hayes by a 1/10 of a second, but Colin Lloyd was so close to edging out Colin Hayes, only lost out by 8/100ths of a second, and then James Bird only another 9/1000ths back, and then Logan Mueller in P5 with a 57 flat. P2 through P6 is unbelievably close. Finnegan Bailiff in P6, Beckett Andrew in P7, Nikita Ponaris in P8, Adam Maxwell in P9, and Josh Hotz just about rounds out the top 10. Top 10 separated by about half a 1/10 or half a second. Half a 1/10 would be insane, and that's more so the times we're even seeing in X30 with how close they are. But here we go for the final group. And as we've been seeing throughout the day, the final group, if you're just joining us, is the group of the fastest practice drivers. And they are the most likely to have that challenge, as they had the times dialed in at the beginning of the day. But it all comes down to, can you show up on that third lap? Because if you can't show up on that third lap, you will not have the position that you deserve.
And it's just shooting the setup right, too. I mean, they've got to be perfect with, where they set the tires at, making sure that the go-kart is obviously on point. Ryan Norberg's talked in depth about how much this track changes. A lot of the drivers have mentioned the same and echoed his thoughts that we've got a moving target all day long when it comes to grip. Let's see some of the fast drivers come through the final sector here. Here's Jeremy Fletcher. Again, he was second out last time, was quick up until Brandon Lemke pulled a real good one on the final lap around. One lap complete here this time for these guys. Where will they jump at the end of the first lap? It'll be pretty deep down the order, I think, for lap number 1 for them. Just starting the first lap here, it looks like. So they've still got some time. Not going to update yet. We'll give them another lap around as John Burke there into the train, trailing the 929 OTK just up the road from him. Here comes Fletcher into the sweeper again. Not as close to Lemke, I think, as he was at the end of the first qualifying session. So Lemke might even be a little bit stronger earlier as we see Connor Ferris into turn 4 there in the 902. A little bobble there on that corner.
Connor Ferris currently sitting pretty low, so hopefully lap number 2 he can begin to move up the field, as you really want to try to avoid those LCQ positions as early as you can, especially for tomorrow. As we come to the line, white flag, 1 lap to go. And there he goes. Jeremy Fletcher is able to edge out Aiden Levy for the provisional pole position by 29/1000ths of a second. Jake Walker is able to sneak into the top 5, only 74/1000ths behind Colin Hayes. And this lap right here, we are going to see some blistering lap from these drivers, as Jeremy Fletcher currently on the provisional pole position. And then here comes Connor Ferris. What can Connor Ferris do to try to make an improvement? Can Jeremy Fletcher go even faster? And if there's anybody in this group that can stop him.
Brandon Lemke across the line, checkered flag. Beats him for a moment. Fletcher pulls 3/10 out of the hat. 56.402. Chase Hand moves to second, bumps Lemke down to third. Peyton Phillips up into the top 5. The Super Tune driver bumps Aiden Levy to 5th. Make Levy 6th. Alex Stanfield in the Go Win Races Tony Kart puts 2 GWR OTKs on the front row for Saturday. They'll lead the field to the green. There's Stanfield through turn number 5. Nice final lap for the one of the top X30 Pro Senior rookies from 2021, Alex Stanfield. Again, P2, Chase Hand P3, Brandon Lemke P4, Peyton Phillips P5, Aaron Benoit, Aiden Levy. Again, quickest in the third group to go out, holds on to 7th. Colin Hayes, Aiden Rudolph, Nick Terlecki, the top 10. But a much needed turnaround for Jeremy Fletcher there to kind of strike back to Brandon Lemke. And it's a split decision here as they split up the pole positions for both days, and it would have been a split front row had it not been for a good late lap by Alex Stanfield and Chase Hand. 2 1/4 tenths, though. Nicely done by Jeremy Fletcher.
And Alex Stanfield and Chase Hand practically ran identical laps, but just being able to edge him out by 2 1,000ths of a second just from that centimeter he was able to gain. He will start on pole in this heat rather than starting in second in another heat. So that is definitely very huge for Alex Stanfield. But Peyton Phillips was able to round out the top 5, the top 10 separated by 4 tenths of a second. And as we see here, we are complete with this class. KA100 Senior by Mike Dottie Racing is complete. The qualifying grid is set for Saturday. That is leaves us only with a few classes left to go to set the grid for tomorrow's racing. What a beautiful day we've had of qualifying. Very, very intense and fierce. Drivers having to take everything that they've learned over today and the last few days to apply it right now, as this is the beginning of their campaign on success and glory this weekend.
The biggest difference here is that you get kind of a mulligan that you really don't normally get on a race weekend. You qualify, you muck up the lap, or you do it good, and then you get to live with it the whole day, good or bad, and you only get another chance to go at it again 24 hours later at best on these double main event weekends. With this new format, if you make a mistake in that first session, like again we heard even from pole sitter Ryan Norberg say he thought he left something on the table, which may be a bit tongue-in-cheek to the rest of the field for how dominant he's been all weekend, leading all 3 practice sessions into qualifying and then going on pole by just a hair. But you feel like you make a mistake, you learn from it, and you get to go out and qualify again a second later. Granted, you don't get to erase the mistake from that first session, but you definitely have it fresh on your mind and can improve a little bit, and of course try and go a little bit faster for the qualifying that sets you up for Saturday. Again, we're halfway through Saturday qualifying. Sunday's grids are completely set. KA100 Senior, we've got, of course, the mini Swift class still to come, but the micro Swifts are done. The KA100 Seniors, done. And, of course, KA100 Junior, done as well. They are set, locked, and they can go ahead and get in line for that 5:30 p.m. cookout. Again, featuring some chicken, some green beans, some hot dogs, some cookies, some brownies, some sodas, all over by the USPKS trailer. Kicks off at 5:30, but if they're trying to get in line early, I mean, I know I would with about 1,000-something people here, Mateo. I would try and get in early for that food line. So they can. These next 4 classes cannot. X30 Pro Junior going to head onto the racetrack about 20 strong in this group because, again, this class, like the Micro Swifts, just under the cap. So they're going to cap out at 40, which means only 2 groups at 20. All 40 make the main event tomorrow.
And there you have it. So they are safe, but just like anything, you know, if you want a chance to win, you got to be somewhere close to the front so that you don't have tons of work to do in the heats tomorrow. As we get started here, as the green flag waves, Sebastian Weldon is in this class. He qualified P11 in the qualifying for Sunday, so let's see if he can try to make his way into the top 10. Some of the drivers where this is their first weekend at OKC, they might not have had the best Sunday qualifying, but they learned from that, you know, just like you said, and it really just matters now, and they can take what they got from that and see if they can make a better starting position for tomorrow.
So first drivers across the line here, Jorge Ortiz leads a big group. Got the 788 machine working its way around the infield sweeper, and we'll pick up some more. Here's Ortiz in the 711 Tony Kart. Cameron Brinkman, I believe, should be in this group if I'm not mistaken. There's Jensen Burnett, Tom Shoecraft, and looks like we've got one driver in particular who's happy to have struck back. Let's send it down while the first laps are complete for group number 1 of 2 in X30 Junior with our top qualifier from KA100 Senior, presented by Mike Doty Racing, Jeremy Fletcher, who's with Jenna Tommy. Jenna?
I'm here with our top qualifier, Jeremy Fletcher. Jeremy, tell us about this qualifying. You got a little bit of redemption on Lemke.
Yeah, I mean, we definitely wanted to get pole. We didn't get it in the first one, so I came back with a good head and got this one done.
What gave you that extra pace?
I mean, we definitely changed something with tire pressure, and I think I drove a little bit better, so that definitely helped.
Yeah, you definitely had something going on there that was giving you that extra speed. Who's helping you out this weekend?
Definitely my mechanic, Dalton, team owner, Gary. I mean, the entire team. I got great teammates this weekend. Just everybody's helping me out.
Yeah, great. Thank you so much, Jeremy. Yeah.
Thank you, Jenna. Here, we'll let Jeremy Fletcher get back to his pit area. As you can see, he already was heading back because he's got to get ready to go. X30 Pro Senior qualifying coming up. He's got a little pace to find in that one as he tries to set himself up for a good spot for Saturday. White flag for Group 1. Let's go through the top 10 here, Mateo. What do we got?
We got Diego Ardiles at the front of the field, 1/10 clear of Isaac Canto, who just nicked into P number 2. Alex Mercado in P number 3. Jensen Burnett, P number 4. The top 4 separated by 3/10. Caleb Campbell, P5. Christian Meyer in P6. Cooper O'Clair in P7. Yash Rampal, the driver from Pennsylvania, comes from where I come from, in the number 77, and just dropped down to P9 as Jorge Ortiz jumps up to P6, and Hudson Swartz rounds out the top 10 for now. And the checkered flag is out. Jensen Burnett crosses the line, and Caleb Campbell jumps up to the top of the boards with a 55.727.
Here comes a few more, 3 more across the line to try and knock him off. Campbell, the Canadian, for Prime Power Team, will get bumped by Ardiles. He goes to the top by a 10th. Mercado splits him up. He goes up. Now Canto just comes up 94 thousandths of a second short on Ardiles. Isaac Canto, final lap, P2. Caleb Campbell drops back to P3. Alex Mercado, P4. Hudson Schwartz with a good final lap, P5. They all bump back. Canadian Jensen Burnett. Then it's Aiden Lorenko, Cooper O'Clair, Yash Rampal. And a late lap for Jorge Ortiz, goes to 3rd. Good improvement. He jumps right behind Canto and Ardiles. Diego Ardiles, a 55.609, 10th clear. Should hold pretty good, but I got to feel he's going to be sweating a little bit with this next group coming out. Lots of quick drivers. And, again, it's pretty tightly packed for this first group, so that tells you he wasn't super, super quick compared to the group that he's around. Whether that means this group is really fast or he's that much slower than the group still to come is yet to be seen. 44 X30 Pro Juniors getting set to go green here for group number 2. The fast group getting released now. You can hear the engines fire in. There is your scoreboard. Again, it's a 796 at a 55.60, currently topping it. Sun's starting to go down, getting a little bit of a different angle on the racetrack. It's cooling off a little, not a lot here in Orlando. It's still in Central Florida, pretty hot day. Been touching the 80-degree mark here with a little bit of breeze going on through. And so the track, the temperatures, they're still going to stay pretty high while the sun's on them, but they're going to be a little bit lower than where they were before. And at certain points of the day, I mean, sometimes that track will go from grippy to greasy without a lot of warning. So the guys that are running 2 classes, like your Jeremy Fletchers, like your Caleb Gaffaras currently on screen, they get double the track time. They also get to go on track twice as often, twice as frequently. That's the more important part. Not so much learning the racetrack, but getting out there every 45 minutes to an hour versus getting out there every 2 hours. You're getting a much more consistent gauge of where you think the track is going. Is it gripping up? Is it loosening up? Is it getting a little bit tougher with the setups you've got on your go-kart where you've got to do this or that? These guys definitely have a little bit of an edge, it seems like. Caleb Gaffara has been able to use it very nicely so far in junior.
More than definitely, Xander. Having that extra track time lets you know what the environment you have before you is. And as we go into the night here, that is going to be so crucial. If you can go into a session knowing what to expect, that will give you that slight little advantage. Diego Ardiles set an insanely impressive lap time, as he's definitely been a heavy hitter going into this season. And that's the thing about this sport in the United States Pro Karting Championship. This is a place where you can make a name for yourself. There's big names here, and if even if you're somebody that isn't quite known yet or hasn't been known to be a front runner yet, you can literally do that right now and start to make your name known as you try to inch your way into the top 10 and top 5.
Yeah, let's see here. We've got, again, some great angles of the guys getting over the curbing, trying to push for that last little inch. More results are going to get posted here. They're coming up with the grids and the pre-final splits for tomorrow. 3 laps here on the boards. Diego Ardiles at a 55.609. We go down to the first few drivers putting some laps in now here. They're down around 22nd. Aiden Ingrata, I think, quickest of the drivers on lap number 1. We're working to put 2 down. Gafera, second lap, goes to second. 55.64. A 66 for Ingrata, and Teddy Musella in the RPG Cosmic, teammate to Gafera in the 725. He goes fastest, so Teddy Musella, we'll find him back here. There we go, I believe. No, that's Michael Costello. There's Musella coming around. Here's Musella. We'll pick him up on another camera. Coming into the sweeper here this time, I believe. Oh, I just missed him there. That's Enzo Vidmontien coming through, trying to find the driver who just went to the top of the boards and see if it'll hold. Gafera, though, final time down the backstretch. Does he have it in him once again to pop up the order? Here's Ingrata. Here's Gafera, Ingrata. They'll be the first 2 across. Musella's third in your frame. They're coming to the final 4 corners. Out of turn 13, through 14, across the line. Can Gafera go back on top? Final lap, he does. 55.12. Ingrata, 200 slower. Can Musella beat it? He does. Local kid Teddy Musella to the top to Max Garcia. Out of nowhere, Max Garcia goes faster, even more so. 55.06169. And the MPG Motorsports Will Power Kart stuns them on the final lap. What a heater by the 759.
What a heater. Only 73 1,000ths of a second separating the top 4 in this X30 Pro Junior class. Wow, that really came out of nowhere. As we see, his first lap was really only a 55.7, so he's improved 7/10 on that last lap. And a great job by Sebastian Weldon to get up to P number 6 there. And that will set the grid for tomorrow for X30 Pro Junior. Wow, what a last lap that was there in that qualifying session. It was just drivers getting purple after purple after purple, and it's really all about, it is about timing, but also everybody's running their own qualifying session.
It looks a lot more intense than it is. I mean, really, them going out in the order, it just naturally looks entertaining on the timing monitor, of course. You know, those guys are gapped out. They've got no idea what the other driver's doing. They might be taking a look at that scoreboard right there on the far side of the racetrack, but hard to tell if they are or if they're not. But Max Garcia, nice run, nicely put together for the Rollison Performance Group X30 Pro Junior driver to score the pole award here in qualifying. Teddy Musella second, Caleb Gafera third, Aiden Ingrata. Leonardo Scorpioni kind of silently moved up in the top 5. We focused on the leader in the overall pole position. Scorpioni ends 5th, Sebastian Weldon 6th, Parker DeLong 7th, Fernando Luque 8th, Michael Costello 9th, and Beckham Jasir on the Paralyn for the number 737 Miami, Florida entry. Rounds the top 10 just ahead of Christian Miles by 1,000th of a second, no less. Very tight at the top 4 and a tight midfield as well. We're going to send it to commercial. 4 classes down, 3 still to be set for their grids on Saturday. It's time for the X30 Masters to take to the circuit, then our Mini Swifts, and then, of course, the X30 Pro Seniors.
I'm David Serra, 18-time Australian karting champion, and we're launching Kart Class. Kart Class is an advanced digital training program that suits a driver who's just starting out in the sport, all the way to the driver looking to win a national championship. In this program, you're going to be learning about how to find the ideal racing line and what an apex is, braking and throttle markers, wet weather racing lines, and how to overtake other competitors. We target how to brake in the wet weather, and we look on the mental side of kart racing as well with our mental skills coach. At the completion of this program, you'll be lighting up purple sectors in qualifying, know when to defend on the opening laps, and how to pressure your opposition into mistakes. We teach you the tools to be resilient and how to get in the right frame of mind before a race. We look to complete the whole package by getting a strong mindset, a driving style to suit all conditions, strategizing your race, and getting the last 1% from your team. We'll teach you how to win the final lap of a race, driving the wet like Max Verstappen, and creating the perfect bubble for yourself to mentally be in the zone. To find out more, click the link below.
Kart Store USA is a kart parts supplier that racers and retailers can count on when they need reliable advice and service. We focus on servicing all racers with honesty and pride while maintaining customer satisfaction. We carry a full stock of Kart Republic and Tony Kart chassis, as well as IAMI and Vortex Rock engines. We've also got a host of other parts available and in stock, such as products from Rev Performance Materials, Jekko Racing Seats, and more. We have a 100% satisfaction guarantee, and on top of that, if your order exceeds $200, shipping is on us. Check out all we have to offer today by visiting us online at kartstore-usa.com. If you're looking for top-grade equipment, look no further than Rev Performance Materials engine mounts, sprockets, and arcade chains. Available online now at revperformancematerials.com and through a dealer near you. The highest quality material, built to the highest quality standards. Rev Performance Materials.
Speed Concepts Racing X30 Masters on the racetrack right now here. Again, the 32 and over 21 driver division getting set to go green.
And these are the older guys. These guys have a lot of experience in what they're doing. And this is a very, very impressive field we have here. A mix of newer drivers, because there's actually a lot of guys that haven't raced in a long time, and in the last few years they started to get back into it because they see that some new competition has arisen. And as I've said, it is so awesome in the United States Pro Karting Series to see so many different drivers from all over the country coming from their own individual regional championships, coming together and putting their skills and everything that they've learned throughout their lifetime up to the test.
You've got guys here from California all the way over to the Northeast where you're from the Pacific Northwest to the Southeast, and then of course plenty of international competitors as well. You got guys like Scott Roberts, who've been a Masters top level guy for a long, long time. Was a Red Bull sponsored jet ski rider for a long, long time as well. Competitive jet ski racing, and then ended up finding a hobby in karting. You have guys like Christian Vomir, Laurentiu Mardan. They're the Techno Kart drivers. He's right behind a newly turned 32-year-old Evan Batt, who is finding himself in the X30 Master class. I believe it's 30 or 32. I'll have to double check. One of the two, but just getting up of age. Evan's normally a senior guy, just moves up. He helps add to the competition. His first qualifying session for Sunday earlier this afternoon qualified 5th. So that kind of goes to show you that still some good wily guys here who like to get after it. The Techno Kart guys, Laurentiu Mardan and Christian Vomir. My good buddy Ron John, who called the Rock Cup races with us here on Kart Chaser, mentioned two guys grew up racing together in Romania, then came over to the States. Christian was trying to get back into karting. What do you know? After growing up and racing go-karts in Romania, they found themselves living within an hour of each other in Chicago, near Norway, Illinois. Ended up at the same go-kart track nearly 30 years later. And they became good buddies, decided to start a business together. Now they're importing a go-kart.
What goes around comes around, Xander, and then we are going around this racetrack here. Daniel Ramallo is at the front of the field right now, a 1/10 above Robert Mayer. Laurentiu Mardan is only 1/1000th off of Scott Popp, and we're going to see a lot of these optimal lap times come on this final lap.
We'll see it as they come. While we do that, we are going to send it down as well here to Jenna Tommy, who's caught up with X30 Pro Junior top qualifier Max Garcia. Jenna?
I'm here with our pole sitter, Max Garcia. Max, how was that race for you?
It was pretty good. The last lap just felt way better than all of my laps.
Yeah, you said you haven't had this speed all weekend, but you have been fast. What have you changed?
We made a couple of changes to the go-kart, fixed up some of my mistakes, and Tate's got this go-kart on rails.
Yeah, Tate's definitely been helping you out. Who else has been helping you out this weekend?
Billy Vincent, Chase Jones, and just everyone under the MPG tent, and my dad.
Yeah, what are some of your strategies for tomorrow?
Just want to get a good pre-final finish, set myself up for a good final finish.
Well, good luck to you tomorrow. Great job today.
Thank you.
All right. Big thanks here to Jenna for catching up here with our X30 Junior Pro pole sitter Max Garcia. Danilo Ramallo, while we talked to Max, stayed on top. 54.847, no problem. Double pole for the X30 Master driver for Racing Edge Motorsports. Rob Mayer second, Scott Roberts third, Laurentiu Mardan fourth, Danny Robertson fifth, Mario Barrios, Miguel Meyer, Evan Batt, Christian Vomier, your top 10. And yeah, what a performance for Danilo Ramallo here. Not going to go, we're trying not to let it go unsung how he has just been equally dominant here in X30 Master so far this weekend, as Norberg has been an X30 Pro Senior, a 10th and a quarter up. And as we've talked about, a field with a lot of guys, a lot of experience, and a few younger guys just turning old enough to run Masters. Danilo, he's got his son Mateus racing micro. He's going out there showing, hey, Dad can still get it done. I'm sure that helps when they go back to the tent and he's trying to coach little Mateus about how to go faster, that, yeah, maybe Dad does know a little bit of what he's talking about, because that's tough to prove.
Oh, yes, indeed. And just as a racing driver, there are just so many little things that you pick up on over time, and there's so much more going on than you can even realize as a viewer. Like camber and toe angle. Obviously the karts don't really have suspensions, but understanding how you can create a good camber and toe angle, it can create such good balance, especially for some of these more technical turns. And in just terms of like putting a lap down, there's just little techniques that can be communicated between a father and a son, especially in racing, that really benefits. And it's and a lot of it's insanely physical. Having that reaction time, having being on top of the racetrack when I'm setting qualifying times, if I'm still kind of catching up and I'm still finding where my marks are, you're not going to be as fast. But if you're on top of the racetrack, you know exactly what needs to be done. You know exactly what you got to work with. You are going to be able to approach a qualifying session with much more power.
For sure here as we watch them again, just get ready here for another qualifying session. We're going to switch it over to the Mini Swift class. 4 groups to come, 4 groups for X30 Pro Senior. We'll take one more commercial break here. 2 classes still to go. 5 are fully set here for Saturday.
Maryland USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parolin Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParolinUSA.com.
And we are back here at the United States Pro Karting Championship round number 1 at Orlando Kart Center. It is time for Mini Swift qualifying, brought to you by DNG International Services. And this is the first group going out. One of the black karts, Nitro black karts, was actually stopped going into the entry of turn number 13, but he was able to get back going. And tons of new drivers this season, as well as drivers that are in their second and third seasons of running this class. But they really want to create some great momentum today by trying to start somewhere towards the front and having to avoid having to race their way into the grand final. Antonio Piznona gets a 102.545, 6/10 ahead of Gabby Guidera thus far. And as I've said throughout the day, this class definitely starts dialing in their optimal times definitely on lap 3, and one of the classes that the toe definitely does help. And, you know, these are smaller tires, smaller chassis, so it does not help to abuse these curbs as much as some of the higher horsepower classes do. This mini Swift package has become a pretty avid international package, as that's the 190 of Carter Barkus really trying to get around there and having some trouble there. That was almost turned really bad and was really close, but everything is okay. We've actually been pretty good with a rather low amount of incidents today with qualifying drivers, you know, just trying to have their qualifying. They try to have as much communication as they can with the other drivers, but the white flag is out. Benim Arpandi is currently on the provisional pole with a 101.797, as we see the 198 of Antonio coming through, trying to get some toe there. Matteo Calderoni trying to make a move onto the inside of Antoine there, trying to get around him or use him for toe. And we got a 5-car group there trying to, you know, see where they can file in line. And the 111 of Devin Waltz is on the provisional pole position. It looks like he's trying to get every ounce of toe he can get and not letting them hold him up at the same time. And very impressive driving and qualifying from Devin Waltz. But this field can completely turn around as there's a lot of shuffling going on. Can anybody dethrone Devin Waltz thus far? We're going to have several groups qualify. I believe there's going to be 4 groups in this class, if I'm not mistaken. Antoine Lameau does not improve, hangs out in P5. A few drivers still need to run their third lap. Ethan Sky, he improves to P number 7. And just a few drivers, and Devin Waltz runs his last lap, does not improve. And then the only driver that needs to run the final lap is Asher Pavin. And that will complete the first group. Devin Waltz on the provisional pole position, 4/10 over Benham there. That is a very, very impressive little gap there. And as I said, there was a lot of shuffling going on in those little packs there. And as I've said, if there's not good communication, and if you know, you're a driver in the back of that pack and you're faster than the carts in front of you, those carts in front of you will hold you up. So, you know, as a driver, you really have to see if it's worth trying to get the toe or just backing off a little bit just so you can get your lap time in, because this is very crucial, because this lines up for where you're going to start the heat tomorrow. And if you're just joining us at the end of the day here on Kart Chaser, this is qualifying for Saturday. Qualifying for Sunday has been complete, and 4 classes have been completely done with for Saturday's qualifying. 14 drivers all done, and the next group is on its way out. Again, thank you if you've been following the action throughout the day here on Kart Chaser. There's been some very, very exciting qualifying sessions, but this is just the beginning. The racing all weekend is going to be unbelievably exciting. We have the biggest field ever in the United States Pro Karting Championship. So many sold-out classes, so many rookies, so many veterans, so many big names that are going to be fighting on the racetrack, and it is going to be insanely, insanely exhilarating racing. So just remember that heats, pre-finals, all free, and then the main events this weekend you will be able to watch online with the Kart Chaser subscription. So definitely get on that sooner rather than later, because you are not going to want to miss the main events this weekend. OKC is definitely provides some of the best racing in the East Coast of the United States. There's 5 passing zones, which are not easy to come by with a racetrack. And this is just a fantastic racetrack. And even as an announcer myself, I am just as much a fan, and I'm very excited to see the exciting racing unfold and see what can happen. And I, of course, wish all the best luck and safety and Godspeed to all the drivers and teams that have made their way out today. What a beautiful weekend we have on our hands here, and very blessed to be here. So Devin Waltz, nobody's dethroned him yet. I think actually he is going to stick through a lot of these sessions, but as they're showing a driver here going through the final section, and with these lower horsepower engines, you can kind of fan out a little more to the outside in turn number 14. And then there's one of the Magic Kart entries of Gabriel Balog. He was very, very quick earlier on in the day, and he will definitely be a force to reckon with. Magic Kart coming out here strong. Magic Kart definitely known for a lot of their shifter guys, but they have tons of one-gear drivers that are insanely, insanely good, and they have definitely showed up here this weekend. And as we see here, a driver trying to get around the number 117. Trying not to get held up, but you can actually, get the toe going and get some straight-up bump drafting here, but it does kind of look like he is trying to get around him, and we'll see what kind of lap times they amount to. Right, that is basically the only little group there of only two tangoing in this group, everyone else kind of on their own. And head down, trying to get all that air resistance. It's so awesome in karting when you see drivers kind of make their own form of drag reduction by putting their head down. And the checkered flag waves. They come to the line. Gabriel Balog is on the provisional pole. Can anybody dethrone him? He only has Devin Waltz by 82 one-thousandths of a second, and Landon Bower 45 one-thousandths of a second off of Devin Waltz. He will sit in P number 3. Fion Shi is in P number 7 at the current moment, and he will get knocked off by Tyler Fisher. Tyrone Kemper Jr. gets a P6, and Gabriel Balog improves even more. And as I've said, he has been a force to be reckoned with today as he takes the provisional pole position with a 1:7.94. That is a insanely impressive time. 2/10 clear of Devin Waltz. Still have several groups left here to go. As this field has 56 entries, and these drivers are going to be definitely fighting to stay out of LCQ land, what I like to call it, for this weekend. And it's not every weekend in karting. It's actually pretty rare where there's an LCQ, but there's just been so many entries this weekend that LCQ is more than definitely going to be a huge factor, and it's going to make or break drivers' weekends for sure.
Yeah, it's going to be crucial here, especially if you want to start your championship off strong. You want to get maximum points. You're going to get the opportunity for basically double points. So racing only half the field in a pre-final. Then you've got the chance and potential for getting no points if you don't make it into the main show, which a championship contender normally wouldn't worry about. But you get in a wreck, you get into some kind of issue early on in a pre-final, and all of a sudden your whole weekend goes from trying to challenge for the win to just trying to get into the grid. Nonetheless, here, Mini Swift, first two groups taken out of the way. 2 more still to come. Gabriel Balog has been good. Devin Waltz has been good. Landon Boer a little bit better this time around. But a 1:79, I mean, that's a nice and healthy margin here to go into the 2 following groups here for qualifying. In total, 6 more qualifying sessions still to come. We've got 2 more here for the DNJ Intermodal Services Mini Swift class, 4 for the X30 Pro Seniors. Ryan Norberg, of course, topped the boards in that, only by 0.03 of a second to Aaron Benoit and his teammate Paul Bocuse, who were very, very impressive in qualifying. Alessandro DiTullio was close. Thomas Neveau was close. Some of the other big names we had in the field a little bit further down. Marian Kremers was 13th. Victor Franzoni, 10th. A.J. Myers, 35th. There's a few guys that are going to be buried in the pack for Sunday. And again, like I said earlier, most of the time you have that bad qualifying, you suck it up, you live with it, you move on, you go into race mode, and you switch over to trying to set yourself up for a good setup and a good long-run setup for the pre-final. Today, that's not the case. You take that qualifying setup, you go back to the drawing board, you say, hey, if that tire pressure was a little bit too high, a little too low, kart was a little bit loose, a little tight, needed more grip, needed less, you can make a whole axle change. I mean, you got 2 hours more or less from when you qualify to when you qualify again. So, you're talking about some of the changes here. I mean, you could change, if you really wanted to throw the kitchen sink at it, you could go to a different seat stiffness. You could move your seat position as little as a couple millimeters to a full centimeter. That'll make a difference. Axle stiffness, track width, all of the above.
And that's so important. Weight transfer, especially at a track like OKC, is huge, as we see definitely the weight transfer that happens so quickly coming out of turn number 7 into turns number 8, 9, and 10. And as we get the green flag here, even these mini Swift drivers, it's almost hard to believe that they're actually reaching 53 miles an hour in those little things, but they really are. And, that is very, very quick for these, 12 to 15-year-olds to be going.
So for the D&J Automotive Services Mini Swift class here, your Orlando Kart Center. Round 1, of course, presented by Ryan Perry Motorsport, PSL Karting, and Trinity Karting Group. And a big thanks to all three making it possible for us to have this opening round. The U.S. Pro Kart Series, no shortage of sponsorship availability for this season, or at least any struggle to fill that slot. I mean, we've got a sponsor for every class, 3 sponsors for each round. You've got official partners as well. I mean, the series has found itself to be in a very, very healthy position. And again, all that is boosted by the number of entries that continue to come year after year. This isn't a one-off that's just out of nowhere blowing up with 300 entries season after season. I mean, it just eclipsed 300 at the opener last year. By the time the walk-ups were through, held even at 270 pretty much through the final 3 events of the season. Come back, another 20 entries higher here this year. And again, they didn't have to add another class to do it. This is literally new drivers coming in, joining an already existing structure of 7 classes. Very cool to see that kind of growth. But again, it's just good for the sport to see these events going big. We've talked about it on our Kart Chaser Happy Hour podcast, the Cup Karts North America Spring Nationals, a major Briggs & Stratton 206 race going on at Charlotte Motor Speedway right now. It has about 280, 290 entries of its own as well. There's probably about 240, 250 go-karters up there racing just about 8 hours down the road, which is pretty cool to say that we can have 2 major events and there's that many go-karters wanting to go race across the country and even in the same region.
More than definitely. I think the recent and still ongoing, challenging times is making a lot of drivers realize, the time is now. If it's a very exciting time and a very rare time to be able to get into karting. There's so many opportunities. There's so many growing ways to kind of get your feet wet, and you're never too young or old to get started. So if you're a viewer and you're watching these guys and you really think it's fun and you really want to give it a go yourself and try to give yourself some confidence, definitely do it. But Gabriel Balog still the class of the field right now. Michael McGauley, 2.5 tenths behind him. Devin Waltz still sitting pretty strong in P3. Going to grab the checkered flag this time by, as these two are straight up tangoing on the straightaway. And the checkered flag waves, and Martin Ramirez is able to jump up to P2, still 2 tenths behind Gabriel. And then Ethan Tova will steal it, and he was only 64 1,000ths of a second behind Gabriel Balog. So that was a very, very impressive last lap there.
Michael McCauley there in 4th, Asen Dromalev 5th, Tristan Murphy 6th, Max Weiland, Magic Kart teammate, will put 2 Magics provisionally up front over Balog. Then McCauley on the final lap closes up. He beats Tovo, and it is 2 1,000ths of a second from Max Weiland to Gabriel Balog. Another 14 thousandths back to Michael McCauley. And then we've got a 0.5 tenth back to Ethan Tovo, Martin Ramirez, Asen Dromalev, Tristan Murphy, Devin Waltz, Landon Boer, and Cypress Andrus.
And Xander, that is a prime example of teammate rivalries. Teammate rivalries, we see it in all kinds of forms of motorsport, but it still exists here in karting. Magic Kart definitely coming into the 2022 season with a lot of strength, and they definitely want to add to their resume this year. And seeing those two at the front of the mini Swift field, only 2 1,000ths away from each other, just shows how close they are and how hard they are going to race each other. Because, yes, they are teammates, but at the end of the day, when it comes down to the final lap, if they're racing each other on the final lap, it is going to be who is the better driver, who is able to get into the other driver's head and be able to be the first one to come across that line.
Well, let's see what we've got with the final group. Will the teammates hold out for the front row? It'd be very impressive, and a big kudos to Andrew Bajoso, AJ Myers, and the Magic Kart group to pull off that one. But they've got the fastest group still to come. Group 4 for the Mini Swifts onto the racetrack now. Here they come with Sarah Bradley through. We saw a lot of gamesmanship in qualifying number 1. What will happen here for qualifying number 2, the group that set the qualifying session that sets the grid for Saturday? Bradley looks back, hooks up with Oliver Weldon. I think they may have made a little bit of a plan there on the grid to try and line up there with the first and seconds off the pit lane. They just want to make it amongst themselves and not deal with any of the games here as they head for turn number 5. So Bradley, Weldon right behind them. Salvador de la Vecchia, he'd like to get up in there, get a little bit of toe off of them.
And as we can see with how close the margins are, toe is going to be huge in this class, not only in the race, but right now as we go into the back straightaway where the toe is going to benefit the most. But there are several places where that toe is absolutely crucial. Coming through the hairpin in turn 10, putting his head down, going into the final few corners. Let's see what kind of lap time these two can amount to early on here. They still have 2 more laps to try to see if they can make something happen.
Yeah, just going to start here with lap number 1. Plenty of time left here as they clock a 53-mile-an-hour speed trap to turn number 1. So the first lap in the books for Sarah Bradley. Oliver Weldon, Salvador de la Vecchia will pick up a few more here as the field comes through turn number 4. But these are the main ones we expect to be relatively quick here in this session. But they weren't the ones, ultimately, that really put down some quick times to start that session. Of course, Carson Weinberg put it on pole. His first lap doesn't have him in nearly as good of a spot. The CRG drivers a little bit further back. Here's Keelan Harvick. Let's pick him up. Keelan and Gage Korn headed through turn number 4. He'll work his way by Gage. Gets by the 133, tries to set himself up for a good spot. Harvick was on the outside edge of the top 10. There was, I believe, Jackson Gibson in the 192, if I'm not mistaken, right there behind Kai Johnson as well. So here's Harvick headed through with Korn behind. Moore coming through, turns 8, 9, and 10. And Keelan Harvick's Hunt Brothers Pizza. Harvick Racing, number 162, has pulled away nicely from Gage Korn. It looks like Carson Weinberg's gone by. So Korn's now dropped to the end of that group. He'll try and get a good run off them. Weinberg should be in a good spot, get some clean air for a final lap dash. Tyler Roberts to the top. 1 minute 2:81. Good lap for Roberts. He nips De La Vecchia, Weldon, and Bradley. Asher Rockstein moves to second. More lap times coming here.
And this final lap is going to be huge, and we're going to be seeing tons of shuffling as this is the money lap. You need to have every ounce of what you got from all day, what you've been working with your teams, and this is it. And it all comes down to this for the qualifying session for tomorrow.
So final time through. Keelan Harvick through the sweeper. Let's see the field come to the checkered flag this time by. Where will they shuffle? Who's going to hold on top? Here comes the first group. This is going to be Bradley. Weldon across the line pulls out to go for it himself, and De La Vecchia. Weldon goes third. De La Vecchia gets the toe, goes to the pole. He will stay there at a 1 minute 1:29. Davin Roberts cannot beat it. Can Tyler Roberts get there across the line? Couple more coming. Lucas Palacio, one of them. Gian Matteo Russo to second. He moves Roberts to third. Roberts still to come by. Same Keelan Harvick. There goes Carson Weinberg to second. 1 minute 2:05. De La Vecchia's just got a few more to hold. Final time. Kai Johnson, Alan Bonilla, Tyler Roberts in the 199. Where does he fall? I don't know if he even made it all the way around to a third lap. Salvador De La Vecchia in the 106. Parolin is going to pull it off for Saturday qualifying. 3/4 of a tenth up on the Sunday Pole Award winner Carson Weinberg. Then it's Gian Matteo Russo, Tyler Roberts, Oliver Weldon, the top 5.
Very, very good performance from Oliver Weldon there. He definitely was one of the drivers that used the toe to his advantage. That top 5 is only separated by 0.17 seconds. That is insanely close, but Salvador Della Vecchia, I think that driver is where he is because he really got the most out of that toe. He timed it perfectly, not too close, but when he did get close, he could, start drafting, but not hinder his corner speed. And in this class, that is so crucial for qualifying. So Salvador Della Vecchia going to be leading his heat to the green tomorrow, and then Carson Weinberg going to be leading his heat to the green tomorrow.
Well, we'll take that here, and we will go nonstop after this final commercial break here for the afternoon. We'll stick with us, folks. If you've become part of the KC Fantasy League, you'll want to stay tuned in. X30 Pro Senior, all 4 groups for Saturday qualifying, up next.
I'm Billy Vincent, owner of MPG Motorsports. What we do at MPG is we try to keep it a nice, fun family atmosphere, try to combine sort of the bigger things and of the bigger teams and the professionalism down with sort of some of the fun sort of family-oriented atmosphere. We try to not only develop drivers, but also the parents and the families for just in knowledge in general in motorsports. It all starts in karting. What we try to do is try to help the drivers, the moms, the dads understand the sport of motorsports in general, not just karting, but what it takes to get all the way up through. Whether you end up wanting to be a driver or a mechanic or an engineer, we can help you with that, and that's what we're here for. If you're interested in joining us at MPG, our home base is at Whiteland Raceway Park in Indianapolis, and you can contact us at info@willpowerkart.com. And one of our great people will reach out to you, and we'll try to put the best program together.
Welcome back here live. Again, my name's Andrew Clements alongside Matteo Giuliano calling the action for your X30 Pro Senior qualifying session. Opening weekend for the U.S. Pro Kart Series here at Orlando Kart Center, presented by Ryan Perry Motorsport, PSL Karting, and Trinity Karting Group. We're just getting ready to go green with karts on the racetrack for the warm-up lap for the Franklin Motorsports X30 Pro Senior class. Before we go green, let's send it down to our top qualifier in Mini Swift, Salvador De La Vecchia. He's down with Jenna Tommy.
I'm here with Salvador De La Vecchia, who had an awesome second qualifying. Tell me about it.
It was pretty good. So I was thinking like I need to catch them. I was like, trying the best. And I want to thanks to my mechanic because he did a really great job with my car.
Yeah.
And that's
what gave you that extra speed, right? What else? Have you had any challenges this weekend, or have you just been fast?
I've been fast.
The whole weekend?
Yeah.
That's exactly what we like to hear. What are you hoping for going into tomorrow?
What?
What are you hoping for going in tomorrow? Do you want to win?
Obviously.
You want to win. Awesome. Thank you so much, Salvador. Good job.
All right, big thanks here to Jenna Tommy for catching up with our Mini Pole Award winner for Saturday, Salvador De La Vecchia. A couple of quick spoken and quick on the racetrack racers here between Salva and, of course, Carson Weinberg. On the track now, we've got your X30 Pro Senior first group, Ryan Raffa. Raffa's time from Sunday quali held up nicely all the way from the first group. I think he was still inside the top 20, so that's all he's hoping for here. Goes inside the top 20, top 15. That'd be very impressive for Ryan Raffa.
And thus far, Luis Comarillo is in 55.426, 0.1 seconds ahead of Alex. Now it's thus far, but just starting to dial in their times here. This class definitely going to be much more spread out as they're carrying so much more speed, as we're seeing 63, 64, definitely the fastest of what we got today. And Oscar Panozo will climb his way up into P number 2, and Justin White pretty strong. And Lucas Comiodo got into P number 1 thus far. And then there's
that one's a tough one there. Luis Colomodio. You're one of the Miami, Florida drivers coming up here. He's a rookie in the X30 Pro Senior class. He's currently P1 in the division or in the first of 4 groups. provisional pole sitter again over Rafa, Panozzo, White, Gerke, Gable, Stegman, Noiz, Vereno, and Adam Maxwell. 2 laps complete. 1 lap to go here, a 2/10 margin for Colomodio. Here's Ryan Rafa, final time through the final corner, and he'll come onto the front straightaway for group number 1's checkered flag. Rafa across the line. Will not go quicker. Justin White will. 54.134. Can it hold over Colomodio in the 3:29? Half a tenth the margin. Luis Colomodio across the line beats it. 54.016. Provisional pole here set for the first of 4 groups.
Takes it right back. Justin White, very, very impressive. He is with a newer team this weekend. He has been with several teams throughout the last year, doing different things. And then with the team he's got this weekend, he's definitely starting to get used to what he's got. And he's now into P number 2. Very, very impressive so far for Justin White, Ryan Rafa, Oscar Panozzo, and Jacob Gerke. But Lewis definitely put in a raging lap there, and that's just
or a few more sessions running a little bit quicker because everybody is excited to get to the cookout and in line. 5:30 p.m. It'll come up right before you know it, right as the X30 Pro Seniors get off the racetrack for qualifying. The USPKS cookout here, again, provided in part by all of our partners for this event, RPM, PSL, and TKG, helping make it possible for us to be able to serve all thousands and thousands here we've got in attendance at the U.S. Pro Kart Series opening weekend here at Orlando Kart Center. Qualifying still rolling for the X30 Pro Seniors. Group number 2 headed onto the racetrack right now. Again, your top qualifier from Group 1, Luis Colomodio, setting it at a 54.016. A good lap, a solid one. I mean, Justin White, decent as well, 54.134. I think most of this group should be a little bit quicker here. Let's see where they all line in. Quite a few drivers, again, making their USPKS debut you'll find in group number 2. Quite a few rookies in the X30 Pro class. Here's one of them on screen, Jack Jeffers, the red speed driver for Speed Concepts Racing, went to the top, and it held all the way up until the final group. He's ahead of X30 Pro Senior veteran Dante Yu and the Nash Motorsports EOS Kart, so running in front of him. Another rookie on your screen here, the CRG Speed Concepts Racing entry of Cameron Weinberg. Behind him, another rookie in Noah Rosser. So lots of rookies in this second group. Frankie Mossman was just in view there in the Bennick. So you've got 4 highly touted rookies here in this group that could easily punch above their weight class, end up inside the top 15 to start for the overall results in Saturday qualifying. Weinberg, his first lap, 13th, picks up a few already. Comes out one of the quickest here in this second group on the racetrack. Jeffers looking good as well. Dante Yu looking really good. And Dante set himself up for a nice tow as we see he's behind Jeffers, headed through the sweeper right now while your rest of your group files through turn number 4.
Yes, and as we're seeing, he's just picking up just enough tow that it will be able to help him towards the end of this lap. But so far, nobody has dethroned Lewis, and we're going to see what can happen here.
Yeah, we'll see here. 2 laps to be complete. I think you'll see them start to shuffle big time this time by. Here they come by the start-finish line straight away. First few drivers across. Weinberg to 5th. Jeffers to 2nd. Yu to 4th. Colomodio holding at the top. No, Frankie Mossman moved the Team Bennick 377 up the order. Frankie Mossman to the point.
This last lap is going to be unbelievable. Jack Jeffers gained so much time there, and it's going to be really, really tight as drivers put in their final. And we're seeing some of these guys absolutely demolish these curbs. They want every bit. They want every little tenth. They want to be in the front tomorrow. They don't want to be nowhere near the LCQ.
Jacob Hoover, that time by 53.910. The PSL Karting, Alex Keys Racing driver, leased out to the PSL Kart Group here this weekend on the East Coast. And he finds himself in the 361, a 10th clear on Mossman. So Jacob Hoover now the quickest driver in group number 2. Here he comes through into the chicane, pops the curb there just out of view. Final time across the line, Jeffers, 53.656. Big time improvement for Jack Jeffers. You called it. He gained a lot of time. Pulled away from Dante Yu, who goes to 2nd. Mossman 3rd. Hoover 4th. Weinberg 5th. What a burner for Jack Jeffers. 2/10 clear in Group 2 over Dante Yu, Frankie Mossman, Jacob Hoover, and Luis Colomodio. Mateus Garcia, Justin White, Timmy Carroll, and Ryan Raffa, the new top 10.
Obviously, everybody wants to pole just as much as the next guy, but sometimes you can just tell by their driving style. You can just tell somewhat by their aggression who is really, really pushing the limits of the racetrack, and that's who is going to come up on top. And that's why when I saw the way Jack Jeffers was attacking these corners, I was like, this guy is on a absolute heater right now. And Dante Yu was able to sneak into second just by 2 1,000ths. And we're talking about inches here. We're talking about little meters. And then
I mean, you're talking a flick of the steering wheel coming out of a corner right there. That's 0.002 of a second. That's more like 100th or two, sometimes as much as a 10th. It's every little bit here, and that just goes to show, again, how close this field is. And it's equally important to stress how close the field is, not only how fast the karts are here for X30 Pro Senior, but also that the times are pretty long. I mean, we're running on a racetrack, probably the second longest track that we're going to visit here this season, behind Newcastle Motorsports Park. To have the field still relatively close in time and coming down to thousandths of a second for the pole position in qualifying, it goes to show how competitive the field is. I mean, we've got a 55, 54, 53-second lap time here around Orlando Kart Center, and it's still so tight in the majority of these divisions. Here comes Group 3, Oliver Hodgson, A.J. Myers, Paulie Massimino, Tyler McIntyre, Zach Hollingshead, Ryan Vincent, a number of contenders that could easily, again, move higher. Nolan Allison was kind of a sleeper pick. He one of the rookies here, but really shouldn't. I mean, he's proven himself over the last year being a contender consistently in the KA100 Senior class and a front runner at nearly every single weekend. So Nolan Allison finds himself a great qualifying run for Sunday. He's trying to do it again here for Saturday. Zach Hollingshead returning to the seat there as we watch him through turn number 5. Here comes the TKG entry of Gavin Bailiff in the 381. Everybody just starting their first lap, just starting to feel a little bit comfortable here as Tyler Wettengel runs behind him.
This is really, really definitely, the track conditions are definitely a lot different than they were earlier. The sun is almost pretty down, and the racetrack is just a little bit cooler, but also, you know, these karts have been running on the track all day long, so you know, you really don't even know what these drivers are dealing with until you actually talk to them and hear what they have to say. We have definitely seen a ton of rubber buildup, and you know, that kind of creates a very distinct racing line for qualifying. But you know, for tomorrow, if you're kind of off of that racing line, you're racing somebody, that can definitely turn into a very negative thing. But Jack Jeffers still on provisional pole position as these drivers try to get into their second and third laps and see what they have to offer here going into this group.
Yeah, let's see it here. Checkered flag should be coming this time, or coming around here very shortly. We're coming to put one lap in, now 2 in. Here's Oliver Hodgson, Massimino, Myers, McIntyre, followed by Hollingshead there, and then Ryan Vincent, who's got Nolan Allison closing in on him. Allison's going to get a good lap this time. Might get bottled up next time. That time by the stripe. Where do they all line up? Massimino jumps into 7th. Hollingshead to 14th. Not a lot of movement yet. Ryan Vincent goes to 9th. Allison 5th. Dalton Haynes moves into 5th, bumps Allison to 6th. One lap still to come for all of them here. They're going to need a little more pace if they want to try and start inside the top 15, because that final group is really strong.
Yes, indeed it is. So you're going to really need to put down something serious if you're going to want it to stick. And all of these drivers trying to avoid that bottom part of the field is really the pressure is just added to this qualifying run compared to a normal qualifying run on any given weekend. But this means that you have to show up right now as these guys are ready to come through the line, coming through turns 12, 13, and 14 right now. And we'll see. And that's Paulie Massimino. He got up into P2, getting a little closer to Jack, but didn't quite get there.
Close run for Massimino. Dalton Haynes still yet to come by. Nolan Allison goes 5th. Haynes to 2nd, 53, 7.22. Gets by Massimino. Gets by Dante Yu, comes up half a tenth shy of Jack Jeffers. Jeffers from Group 2 still holding strong. Justin Ataconis, another rookie, moves into 8th overall. Zach Clayman-DeMello, ZCD, late charge here in this one. A lap 3 instead of lap 2 like he was earlier. He goes 3rd. Final group still to come. The benchmark, a 53.656, laid down by the Red Speed Concepts Racing entry of Jack Jeffers. They're going to come into the scale line here. And now, again, we get set, get locked in. One more group to come. Here comes Clayman DeMello into the pit lane. And, again, he lines up currently P3. There's your leaderboard. The 333 of Jack Jeffers, a 53.65 over the 317 of Privateer Dalton Haynes. Zach Clayman DeMello third, followed by, we've got the 389 of Paulie Massimino, Dante Yu, Frankie Mossman, Nolan Allison, Jacob Hoover, Justin Ataconis, and again, Ryan Vincent getting by Cameron Weinberg there. One more group to come.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, Xander, this is going to be a really crucial part of the qualifying here, because right here are some of the heavy hitters. These are the guys that in practice they were setting the pace. These are what everybody was basically chasing in the paddock all day and the times they really want to be at. Now, Xander, what do you think? What's your favorite? If I
can tell you right now, everybody knows exactly who they're all chasing, and that is this guy right here, the number 1 reigning national U.S. Pro Kart Series champion. Ryan Norberg's been unstoppable here on home turf. He's led every session today, 3 practices, and the first of 2 qualifying rounds. The qualifying for Sunday, he'll start on the pole. He's going to try and do it again. He said he felt like he had more in the tank when we talked to him on the broadcast, said he thinks he can drive a little better, he can get a little more out of it, and to be fair, his RPG Cosmic teammates, they nearly beat him. Paul Bocuse, 39 thousandths of a second off him. Aaron Benoit was really close, local kid. Here's Diego Ramos. Many drivers pick here to be able to try and come out on top this week. We've also got the 363. I believe that's Lucas Mendez, if I'm not mistaken, but I'll correct myself if so. Nolan Bauer there in the 363. That's who that was. First lap complete for Ryan Norberg. Let's see where he's going to land himself. Last time it was 14th. I think the track's getting a little bit slower, though. We'll see where he lands, because that first lap not nearly as crucial, it seems, or nearly as good for everybody. He's 33rd. So this time it seems like the guys going out last may benefit a little bit less because the sun's setting. You can see the shadows coming. Here's Aiden Jones, top 10 qualifying result. I believe it was P8 in Sunday qualifying earlier today, so he's feeling pretty good. We're keeping the focus, though, on Norberg. He's one of the quicker guys so far here with 1 lap complete, 2 to go for the fast group, Mateo.
I'm sure Jack Jeffers is looking at these times right now. He probably, he really thinks that he's going to get beat, but also with what you said, it might be a little bit slower. Let's see who can come out on top in this, and let's see if Ryan Norberg can be nicked off the pole.
Now watching, just coming to the back of the screen there, was Aiden Fox. I'm watching Nate Cicero. Cicero's in a really good spot for a lap this time. White flag for Norberg. Here comes the next 2 behind him. Cicero closing in. Cicero second. So Nate Cicero splits up Dalton Haynes and Jack Jeffers with 1 lap to go. Norberg here, he has no toe. He is 9th. Jack Jeffers could steal one. Can the rookie from Group 2 hold on for the pole? He's got 1 more lap to do it. There's Aaron Benoit. He could knock him off. Same for Nate Cicero in the 382. Could also get there. Benoit closing in. Dalton Haynes holding on to 3rd right now. Could look really good for Saturday. Thomas Neveau jumped up to 4th. Rookie hotshot Jeremy Fletcher, another hometown kid, to 5th.
And here comes Norberg through 12, 13, and 14, taking every little bit of the curb he can, coming through the kink in turn 14 and to the line. What are we going to get, Xander?
Checkered flag. 3rd, not enough. Norberg gets knocked off. Nate Cicero to the top of the boards, 53.629, 27 thousandths to the better of Jack Jeffers. And Alessandro DiTullio, final time by for the Parolin. The 309 goes quicker. Cicero to 2nd, Jeffers 3rd, Norberg 4th, Diego Ramos gets 5th, and Paul Bocuse, the last driver across the line. 371, Paul Bocuse goes to the pole. What a flying final lap for the kid from Orlando, Florida. Only his, I believe, 6th or 7th Pro Senior start. Paul Bocuse, a rookie, is going to lead a 60 driver X30 Pro Senior field to the green tomorrow morning. He qualifies on the pole. Alessandro DeTulio second. Nate Cicero third. Jack Jeffers fourth. Ryan Norberg fifth. Diego Ramos, Dalton Haynes, Thomas Neveau, Jeremy Fletcher, Zach Clayman in the middle of the top 10. What a shakeup there. What a final lap, Mateo.
That is just the magic of the X30 Senior class. A rookie who has all the practice he thinks he needed, was going up against national champions, so much experience, and then on that final lap was able to deliver, and that is what it's about. Wow, that's the beauty of this class. It is so unpredictable. Even somebody like Ryan Norberg all the way down the P5, very interested to hear from him what happened, but I can't wait to hear what Paul Bucos has to say, because he nicked that out of nowhere, got Alessandro by 96 1/1000th of a second, and our top 10 is only separated by 3/10, and that was one barn burner to end this day of qualifying, and that will complete qualifying for Saturday.
Yeah, we're going to see if we can get a word here with Paul Bocuse before we go fully off the air. Couple announcements, of course, in the paddock. USPKS, of course, hosting everyone for a nice cookout here this evening. Everyone's invited. We've got plenty of goodies to eat here, and we are stocked up for the thousands in attendance here in Orlando. First and foremost, a big thanks to the sponsors that made it possible here for opening weekend: Ryan Perry Motorsports, PSL Karting, and Trinity Karting Group. Creamy chicken cordon bleu, garlic mashed potatoes, green beans, hot dogs, cookies, brownies, sodas, waters, everything you think you need here, and it's already open because it's past 5:30, so they are set, rocking, and rolling. We want to talk to Paul Bocuse. Kid's got a lot of personality, a lot of flair, a lot of fun, and he's going to catch up here with Jenna Tommy as soon as we can snag him, and he's going to be elated. First career X30 Pro pole award in his rookie season here, only in March. Lots of good things to expect from this kid here. He moved up in the final couple races at the end of last year, bounced around with a couple different great opportunities to end off his X30 Junior career, and it just didn't really seem to click. He couldn't really get the last few things going, and he linked up with the Rollins Performance Group at the end of the season, started to put some good results together, was consistently a top 10 driver through the SCUSA Winter Series, and now again he finds himself leading the field to the green on home turf. That's got to feel really good, and it's super cool for Paul, a kid who works really hard here and a local kid to Orlando, Florida.
Yes, indeed, Xander. But it's going to be insanely difficult to keep the drivers he's got behind him. He's got Alessandro DeTulio. He's got Nathan Cererio. He's got Jack Jeffers. He's got the defending champion Ryan Norberg. He is going to have smoke up his butt throughout the entire race tomorrow. And if he's going to want to turn this pole position into a win tomorrow, he is going to have to play defense.
Yeah, he'll definitely need to be smart in the pre-final. I mean, he's going to have a target on his back, all the veterans that will be starting around him. Let's look at how the rows will shake up here with the results, of course. Bocuse and DeTulio, top qualifiers, means they're going to lead their pre-finals to the green tomorrow. Nate Cicero, Jack Jeffers, they're going to find themselves on the outside of row number 1 in pre-final A and then pre-final B. Norberg will line up third, right behind a couple of his teammates, because it's an RPG 135 in qualifying. So Bocuse and Cicero, and then Norberg. Diego Ramos will line up third for pre-final B. Dalton Haynes will line up fourth for pre-final A. And then eighth, starting P4 for pre-final B, will be Thomas Neveau, Jeremy Fletcher, and Aiden Fox will be row 3 in pre-final A, and Zach Clayman DeMello and Hayden Jones will be row 3 in pre-final B. Couple other notables here as we go back through the field. Benoit, again, qualifies second for Sunday, qualifies 13th here for Saturday. Massimino, 14th there, just behind him. Dante Yu, decent run here. Again, all these guys qualifying in the mid-teens. That's still a pretty good starting spot. That means they'll start inside the top 10 healthily for the pre-final. Then all you got to do is pass a couple drivers, and you're passing, again, double, like we talked about, Mateo. You're passing one whole row. So that's 2 drivers for every pass made. That's also 2 drivers for every pass lost in the pre-final. But anyway, as we wrap up the day here, closing thoughts. I mean, clean day of qualifying, lots of competition here at Orlando Kart Center, and like you said, I mean, it's just so unpredictable sometimes in this X30 Pro Senior class.
Oh, more than definitely. And as this class continues to grow, I mean, even guys like Ryan Norberg, you know, you can have this be your home track. You can know every turn like the back of your hand to be able to do it in your sleep. But, you know, the amount of passion and the amount of work that these drivers and teams are putting in, and the amount of knowledge that comes from all over the country of karting that they're putting to the test here, you know, you really got to be on your A game.
Yeah, I mean, every little twitch, like we said, it came down to a game of hundreds. I mean, you talk about how close it was for just the top couple spots alone. Bocuse, though, he put a 10th on him. He's down with Jenna. Jenna?
Sander, I'm here with Paul Bocuse, who's our pole sitter. Paul, how are you feeling? This has been something you've wanting for a while.
I'm feeling really good. Just here, home track, just really excited to qualify first.
Yeah, what happened in the trailer before your race?
Before the race, under RPG, we have a little board that says how many times Paul's been quicker than Ryan. And right before I went out, I went and I marked it.
That's what's up. You knew that you were going to go pole. What's your strategy going into tomorrow?
Strategy is just to stay calm, not to overdrive. I'm just going to try to stay relaxed out there.
Yeah, for sure. Keep your wits about you. Who's helping you out this weekend?
My mom, my dad, Ryan Norberg, Juan, David, Mike Rollison, just everyone under RPG. It's going to be hard to list them, but just everyone.
Yeah, thank you so much, Paul. Great job today.
That is something else. Going and calling his shot. I mean, you think back about guys that to call it takes a lot of guts to go and do something like that. Calls that he's going to go quicker than Ryan, and well, I don't know if he would have called that he went pole, but hey, man, that was a really, really cool move by Paul Bocuse to go out there and lay it down. And for everyone here tuning in, of course, the action's just getting started this weekend. Of course, my name's Xander Clements alongside Matteo Giuliano. His first weekend with Kart Chaser. It's one heck of a weekend for him to join us and one heck of a weekend for you guys to join us. We go green at 9 a.m. tomorrow with pre-finals for Matteo, for myself, and for our entire KC team and the U.S. Pro Kart Series team and thousands here in attendance and over 300 drivers. Thanks for watching. We'll see you tomorrow morning.